Good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don with you as we start a special edition of our primetime forecast Hurricane Laura coverage on Thursday, August 27, 2020 on Dr. Don's weather page. So here's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to tell you everything we know about this catastrophic hurricane that is about to make landfall in Louisiana and Texas. And then we will just kind of hang out for a while. I've got a lot of live traffic cams to show you, a lot of weather information to get to. I'll tell you right off the bat that this is not going to affect our weather across East Alabama or West Georgia, at least not now. We could see some showers and thunderstorms toward the weekend that could be pulled north off the Gulf of Mexico because of Laura, but the devastation that is about to take place in Louisiana and eastern Texas is not an issue for East Alabama or West Georgia. Let me go back.
It's time for your primetime forecast from Dr. Don's weather.
And turn that off. We've already heard that, Mr. Announcer Man. Let me just tell you that if you'd like to support our efforts here at Dr. Don's weather page, we ask you to go to paypal.me/Dr. Don WX. That's paypal.me/DRDONWX. You can go over there. It is secure. It's through PayPal. It's very safe. And anything you can do to support us, we certainly do appreciate it. And that's how we continue to be able to do this. Fortunately, in this particular event, it does not affect East Alabama or West Georgia, but the next time it very well could. And I know that we have folks watching us that have family and friends down in the area that is being affected by this catastrophic hurricane this evening. So we're going to give you the information as best we can. All right, so now let's get started. Let's go to the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane hunters just recently measured sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. Now, folks, that is catastrophic. There is absolutely nothing that can withstand wind speeds of 150 miles per hour. That's just about as bad as it gets. Now, that is a strong Category 4, and we may very well go to Category 5 before landfall. The National Hurricane Center says that strengthening is possible before landfall, and so we're only about 7 miles per hour away from being Category 5. I'm just going to read you the latest from the National Hurricane Center. And this was released at 7 p.m. Winds increasing as extremely dangerous Hurricane Laura takes an aim at the northwest Gulf Coast. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected along the northwest Gulf Coast tonight. Now, if you are plotting, and I know this is not something that folks do very much nowadays, but back in the day, it used to be the thing to do was get a hurricane map and plot the hurricane on a map. So if you're still doing that, and some of us old timers may very well still do that, the hurricane's located at 28.4 north, 92.9 west, or about 120 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's also about 120 miles southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained winds are 150 miles per hour. Present movement is to the north-northwest at about 15 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 940 millibars, 27.76 inches of mercury. And folks, that's low. You don't see that very often. So I also want to read the discussion. This is just some notes from the National Hurricane Center. At 7 p.m., the eye of Hurricane Laura was located, and I gave you the coordinates on that. Laura is moving toward the north-northwest near 15 miles per hour. Turn to the north is expected tonight, and a northward motion should continue on Thursday. Northwestward to, or northeastward, I should say, to east-northeast motion is expected on Thursday night and on Friday. On the forecast track, Laura will approach the upper Texas and southwest Louisiana coast this evening and move inland within that area tonight. The center of Laura is forecast to move over northwestern Louisiana tomorrow, across Arkansas Thursday night, and over the mid-Mississippi Valley on Friday. Reports from a NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the maximum sustained winds have increased to near 150 miles per hour with higher gusts. Laura is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some additional strengthening is possible tonight before Laura reaches the northwest Gulf Coast overnight. Rapid weakening is expected after Laura moves inland. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 60 miles, and that is from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 205 miles from the center of the storm. That's amazing. A sustained wind of 48 miles per hour was recently reported at Cypermont, I believe that's correct, Point. That's in Louisiana. That's on Vermilion Bay. Okay, I'm familiar with that. Like I said, the minimum central pressure estimated by the NOAA Hurricane Hunter is at 940 millibars, or 27.76 inches of mercury. Storm surge is going to be incredible with this storm. We're talking in some places 15 to 20, maybe even 25-foot storm surge. And then you put the wave on top of that. So we could be looking at 30-foot walls of water in some areas. All right, so that's the cone as you see it right there on the screen. And let me also tell you this. If you have any questions, concerns, or comments, easy for me to say, put them in the comment section of the video. And if you don't have anything to say, at least tell me where you are watching from. So I know where we've got people watching from, and especially if you are down in Louisiana or Texas or anywhere in the path of this storm, be sure you tell me that so that I'll know that you're in here. All right, so let's just look at a few different products here. This is the spaghetti model. We all know where it's going now, and all the spaghettis have all come together very tightly. And anytime you see all these different models pretty much painting the same picture, you can count on it. That's where the storm is going. So you folks in Northwest, or obviously along the coast of Louisiana, there at the Texas border, Beaumont over to Lake Charles, you guys are in the bullseye. And then Northwest Louisiana will be next, then Southwest Arkansas up into Central Arkansas, and then we turn off to the northeast and to the east, maybe extreme southeastern Missouri, and then maybe extreme southern Illinois, most likely western Kentucky, right on through central Kentucky, and then over across the Virginias, then back out into the Atlantic by Saturday or Sunday. Here is the intensity chart, and as you can see, we go no higher than Category 5, and we're just about there. I mean, we're almost off the chart with this hurricane. And we're only 7 mile per hour sustained winds away from reaching Category 5. So this is about as strong as you can get. And let me see. Yeah, here's the Saffir-Simpson scale. And you can see that Category 4 is 130 to 156. So we're at 150 now. So really, We're only about 6, however you want to look at it, 6 miles or 7 miles away from going to Category 5. You see, Category 2 gives you extensive damage. And we're talking about damage to power lines and trees, mostly utilities, maybe some shingles get blown off in a Category 2. Then you get up there to Category 3, you start getting into devastation. That's where you start losing roofs, you start losing windows, utilities take a heavy hit at Category 3. Mobile homes are in serious danger in Category 3. So we hit the catastrophic phase at 130 miles per hour. Well, catastrophic is when you start losing structures. I mean, completely losing structures. So we're at 150 now. So we're 20 mile per hour over where you've got to be to start completely losing structures and all utilities, trees. I mean, everything comes down in this kind of wind. And then you get up there to, around 157 plus. That's just total devastation and catastrophic, obviously. So that kind of gives you some kind of idea of what happens in the different types of wind. You start having extreme damage at Category 2. Oh, this hurricane's at Category 4 and could possibly make Category 5 before landfall. So that'll give you some general idea of what we're talking about. The destruction will rival Hurricane Katrina. Now, the reason Katrina made such a name for herself was because of the proximity to Lake Pontchartrain and downtown New Orleans and such a heavily populated area and all the flooding that took place. Same type of flooding is going to happen with Hurricane Laura, but there won't be quite the population areas that we had in New Orleans when that happened. But I can tell you that, unfortunately, unless there's some kind of huge miracle here in the next couple of hours, we're most likely going to be seeing video out of South Louisiana, Lake Charles, over to Beaumont, Texas, tomorrow morning that is going to look just like what we saw out of New Orleans with Hurricane Katrina. I mean, it's just rainfall rates. I mean, we're talking 10 to 15 inches of rain in this area, storm surge of 15 to 20 feet with the wave action on top of that. And you have several rivers and lakes. Even Lake Pontchartrain is expected to have a 2 to 4 foot storm surge, and that's way over toward New Orleans. So you can only imagine what it's going to be like near Lake Charles. All right, so here is satellite shot, and this is the latest, and you can see that the outer edges of the hurricane are knocking on the door. But the hurricane is not considered to make landfall until that eye wall that you see right there in the middle of the storm actually starts moving on shore. And that's still probably another 3 to 4 hours away. We're thinking sometime around midnight to 1 a.m. Before that actually starts to take place. But the weather's already started. We've seen multiple tornado warnings this afternoon back near New Iberia. Now we've got some tornado warnings there on Lake Pontchartrain near New Orleans. And there's one or two, maybe two tornado warnings out there now, and I'll show all that to you in a few moments. But you see these big, bright, red, puffy clouds that are well north of the eye of the storm. Those are outer feeder bands, and that's where the tornadoes have been occurring all afternoon long. So locations well away from the center of the hurricane have just been getting clobbered all afternoon long with severe thunderstorms, and that's well in advance of the storm itself. All right, so let's see if I've got another. Yeah, I wanted to show you this. This is the storm inundation map, and this was issued earlier today before the hurricane hunters picked up on that 150 mile per hour sustained wind. So these numbers may actually increase. Lake Calcasieu, or Calcasieu Lake, which is south of Lake Charles, is the area that is pegged for the worst storm surge. And just bear with me, I'm doing 2 or 3 things here at one time. All right, so and you can see in that area from Sabin Lake over to Calcasieu Lake, anywhere from 10 to 20 foot storm surge, which is pretty amazing. And then you take the waves on top of that, and you could easily have 5, 6, 7 foot waves. So, I mean, you can figure it out. We're talking, walls of water approaching 30 feet coming on shore with this storm. Yeah, that's just going to completely cover everything in its path, and that wall of water may come well inland. There were some meteorologists talking this afternoon that especially along some of the rivers and lakes that come, inland 15, 20, maybe even 30 miles. We could have the lakes spilling out, especially on the north end of those lakes. So you could be looking at flood inundation 25, 30 miles inland very easily with this storm. All right, so now let's go down to, I want to let you take a look at some live traffic cams. This one is in Lake Charles, and this is probably going to be the epicenter. This is Calcasieu River Bridge that goes over the river bridge that goes over the river there in Lake Charles, and looks like we've actually caught some kind of action taking place there on the bridge. It looks like maybe there's a tractor that is on the side of the road there that looks like a wrecker behind it, and then State Patrol is set up on the bridge there for traffic control. But you can see there's not a tremendous amount of traffic on this bridge. You can already tell that the wind is gusting pretty good here because the camera's actually moving. So that's one of the cameras that we are going to keep a close watch on as we go throughout the evening. This is going to be I-10 at Ryan Street, which is also in Lake Charles, and you can see there's not a whole lot of traffic taking place there as well. I really was hoping to see a lot of traffic from folks trying to get out of town and go north, but it's just not happening. And earlier, listening to some news conferences coming out of Louisiana, the governor was really concerned at the number of people that appeared to be staying to ride this storm. And gosh, I just hope that they had a change of heart at the last minute and got out, because this is not going to be a storm that you're going to want to ride. Then we have another stop here. This is I-10 at Ruth Street in Lake Charles. And then we will go over to I-10 at Louisiana 27 in Lake Charles. And again, you can see there's just no traffic out there. All right, let me go. You just have to bear with me here because sometimes I have to refresh some of these cameras to get them to work. And one of the problems that we're running into now, a lot of folks are looking at these cameras, and so the bandwidth is going away quickly, and I can't get this one to go in motion. Maybe it'll catch up in a minute, but this is East Beach in Galveston, Texas. And you can see some pretty good wave action out there already. That's just a still shot that's trying to refresh. Here is a shot from East Galveston Bay, and that's actually live. Got a beautiful sunset going on right there. And the water's pretty calm too, but I understand this is in the bay in Galveston, so it's on the right side of the storm. hurricanes have the right side and a dirty side. Yeah, the dirty side's where all the severe weather takes place, and this is on the right side. This is to the left of the eye of the storm. So actually a beautiful, I mean, it's going to get stormy here, don't take me wrong, but right now it looks pretty peaceful there. Let me go back up. There was one particular camera I really wanted you guys to see. If I can get it to, and I can't. It's not cooperating at all. Let me try one more thing. No. Yeah, we'll try to get that fixed. And here's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to talk a while. I'll go over to the chat board, read your comments. I'll actually put some of your comments up on the board and take a look at them. And then, from time to time, I'll take a break, and then we'll come back and talk some more. And that's just kind of how it's going to work. And we have a picture-in-picture screen up now that's showing all the cameras I just looked at. A couple of them, like I said, are frozen. But I'm really impressed with that shot of the river bridge there, the Calcasieu River, the way it is shaking in the wind. And the storm is still a ways away. All right, so let's go to our Southern Union State Community College HD weather radar. And I'm also going to turn the chat button on. And unless you're watching this on a television, that's going to be kind of hard to see. If you're watching on an iPad, you could probably zoom in enough to see it. But here's an idea, folks, and this works very well. If you have a smart TV, call up YouTube and go to Dr. Don's YouTube channel. And then you can blow that thing up and put it on your big screen television and follow along with us this evening or anytime we go live. For severe weather. It works real well. All right, so let me go look over the chat room, see who we've got in here. We've got Sharon Smith in here with us from Roanoke, Alabama. There's Jody Buckner in Valley, Alabama. Sharon Yarborough's watching from Lynette. Sharon Shaddocks is watching us in Raglan. Let's see here. There's King's got us going on. Dale Rice in Wadley, Alabama. Jody, you're watching a little storm called Hurricane Laura about to make landfall in Louisiana. Joanne Huddleston. Joanne says that she has family in Leesville and Zoel, Louisiana. I probably butchered that. Zoel, Louisiana. Yeah, I don't have a lot of Cajun in me, so I may mess up some of these names, but so Joanne, I'm not familiar with those two locations. When I take a break, I will look at it though and see exactly where that is. But if you want to give me a comment and tell me in relation to Beaumont or Lake Charles, then we'll zoom in and look at it on the radar and talk about it, since you've told me you do have family there. Miss Lou's got us going on down there in Dallas County, Alabama. Linda Oates, Opelika. Nice to have you in there, Linda. And Linda offers up a prayer for those in the path of this storm. And Miss Linda, we'll say amen with you. Absolutely. Yeah, well, Brandon, if you this is not a thunderstorm. I'm telling you, if you're planning on driving through this, I really wish that you would give it a second thought. That's not a good idea at all, in any shape, form, or fashion. Allison Hairston's watching us in Roanoke. Bria's got us going on from up on the ridge. Broughton Ridge, Alabama, Randolph County. Marlon Stewart's watching us in Woodland. John Adams got us going on in 5 Points, Alabama. Patricia Edwards, Roanoke. There's no being careful. If you're on I-10's a no. As a matter of fact, they're most likely going to close I-10 at some point. I would expect I-10 to be closed from New Orleans to Houston, if it's not already. So this is not something that you can even remotely think about driving through. I mean, don't do it. Brad Stewart, Bremen, Georgia. There's Chance over on the West Bank in Wadley, Alabama. Teresa Stovall's got us going on in Roanoke. No, there is no doubting whether or not you can drive through this. We're talking 150 mile per hour sustained winds. That would take an automobile from Louisiana to Kansas. I mean, no. You cannot drive in weather like that. You can't. It's not physically possible. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you're talking about driving I-10, even if you're up there on I-20, in another couple of 2-3 hours, I-20 is going to be a no-go. But I-10, I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 that I can see. There may be 5 there. Tornado warnings along I-10 just north of New Orleans right now. So I would not at all be surprised if I-10 is not closed. Let's see here. Brandy Carden's watching us, or trying to, up in Potash. Well, Brandy, you just might have to do what I used to have to, climb a pole outside my house and get up above roof level to get enough internet service. I wouldn't suggest that in a thunderstorm, though. Well, Brandon, I appreciate you, brother, because without you truck drivers, this old country couldn't survive. As a matter of fact, I worked in the trucking industry for several years, not as a driver, but so I have a special place in my heart for you, and that's why I hope you'll listen to what's going on here. This is not a thunderstorm. This is not even a severe thunderstorm. This is total catastrophic damage that's going to be in the wake of this storm. In your truck, nobody else's truck, nor is anybody's life worth taking that risk. Now, if you're going to be anywhere on I-10 between New Orleans and Houston tonight, you need to rethink that. No, Deborah, it is not a joke, and especially this one. If you want to see what it's going to look like, Google Hurricane Katrina and look at the devastation. That's most likely what we're looking at here. Yeah, we're 7 miles shy of being a Category 5 hurricane. I mean, it exploded today. Allison's asking the question about whether or not there will be any storms in Roanoke. Not directly from the hurricane, no. I mean, the hurricane, tropical storm force winds extend outward 200 miles from the center of the hurricane, which is going to make landfall south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, around midnight tonight. Well, that's, hang on a second. I'll tell you exactly. That is 519 miles from Roanoke, Alabama. So we're a good 300 miles outside where the tropical storm force winds will be. The outer feeder bands that are causing all the tornado warnings from about New Orleans to Roanoke, which is 340 miles. So you can see the severe weather is well away from East Alabama. As a matter of fact, there are a few thunderstorms, and you can see it right there on the Southern Union State Community College Doppler weather radar. There are a few thunderstorms down there in southwest Alabama, but the big stuff is on down there around New Orleans. Let me just zoom in on New Orleans, and you can see those red boxes. Let me just stop it and take it current and zoom in a little bit closer. Those are tornado warnings that are currently in effect. Hammond, Louisiana, tornado warning. And just north and west of Hammond, Louisiana, tornado warning. And then north and east of Baton Rouge, tornado warning. At one point this afternoon, I counted six active tornado warnings at the same time. That was around New Iberia earlier this afternoon. So the tornadic part of this seems to be this outermost feeder band. And as the hurricane continues to move off to the north and west, this feeder band is going to continue to move on up too. All right, so Natchez, Alexandria, you guys up in this area south of I-20 will start getting in the tornado threat within the next hour or so. But now, what's going to happen in the future is that Laura will eventually make landfall, turn back to the north, ride right up the Texas-Louisiana state line, turn back across central Arkansas, maybe get into extreme southeast Missouri, and then come back into southwest Kentucky, and then come right across the state of Kentucky. Now, when Laura starts to make that turn in Arkansas and gets back over into central Kentucky, understand that hurricanes feed off of tropical moisture. So they've got to have, the fuel is the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. That's what makes a hurricane tick. So as this storm moves north and eventually turns back off to the east, it's still going to be drawing moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. So what that will happen, or what it'll look like, is once the storm gets up here, you'll lose the eye, of course, and it'll just be a big blob of rain and thunderstorms, but you're going to see moisture in the form of thunderstorms racing off the Gulf of Mexico up through Alabama, up through Tennessee, and wrapping around what's left of Laura. So there will probably be one or two of those feeder bands streaming up off the Gulf of Mexico. And as the storm moves to the east, these lines of thunderstorms will also move off to the east. So Friday afternoon, Friday night, Saturday morning, East Alabama, West Georgia, maybe Saturday afternoon, Northeast Georgia and down into Central Georgia, could see some of those showers and thunderstorms. Remains to be seen whether they will be severe or whether it's just scattered type thunderstorms. The potential is there for us to see some heavy thunderstorms. So, I went around the world to answer your question, Allison, but there you go. There's your answer. Audrey Sprayberry watching us in the Wedowee, Alabama. Beverly Pike's got us going on over in the Mills at Rock Mills. Darrell Brown, Roanoke. Jenny's got us going on Broughton Ridge. Deborah. Well, Deborah, you know I'm passionate about that. That's the reason I do this. You know, every time we have a tornado outbreak or have some type of weather event, and here's the thing. You guys hear me say this all the time. Weather's been going on since the world started spinning. And it's going to continue to go on well after we're all have all checked out. When the end times come. If Earth is still here. The way we're going, it probably won't be, but I'm just saying, weather is part of it. That's what makes everything work, or it's part of what makes everything work. So this has been going on since the beginning of time. You know, people argue that storms are worse now than they ever have been, and I have to respectfully disagree with you on that. We have more people to see it than we have ever had before. Storms, it goes in cycles. Hurricane seasons go in cycles. We'll have 2 or 3 years. We have multiple hurricanes, and we may go 4 or 5 years without the first hurricane. That's been going on forever. But the thing about weather is God gave us all a brain to think with. Use it. Getting injured or fatalities from severe weather in most cases can be preventable. If you just be weather aware, understand what's going on, and protect yourself from it and your family. It's survivable. So I'm very passionate about that. So unless you got to be in that area, you don't need to be in that area. I'm telling you. Unfortunately, we are about to see a catastrophic event take place. It's not a matter if it makes to 150 mile per hour winds. It's already there. Hurricane hunters just left the eye of that hurricane. They are measuring 150 mile per hour winds sustained with higher gust. And there's not a vehicle on this planet that can withstand that. All right, who we got here? We got Lindy Lou. And Lindy Lou is in San Antonio, Texas, and has friends in Louisiana. Well, Lindy, you're certainly well south of the storm if you're in San Antonio, so no problems there. Depending on what part of Louisiana your friends are in, if they're anywhere along the coast from the south central coast back over toward the Texas state line, then they're in the path of the storm. If they're over close to the Mississippi state line, there will be some thunderstorms with some tornadic activity, but the eye of the storm won't come close to that area. So I hope that you have encouraged your friends. I hope they didn't stay, but if they're in the path of the storm and they did stay, I hope you've tried to encourage them to get out. There's still a very, very, very small window to get out of there and go back either to the west, back down into Texas, depending on where they're at, or back east, back over into Mississippi somewhere. Because I'm sure all the hotels are full down up there now. Raceland, to be exact. Okay. Obviously, you throw me a name of a town in Alabama, and I can pretty much tell you where it's at. Louisiana and Texas, I'm not that familiar with. So if you guys are going to reference towns, give me a proximity to Lake Charles, to Beaumont, New Orleans, Baton Rouge. Houma, we all know where Houma's at because we watch Swamp People. That's where Troy lives. Thank you, Ruth Earl. How bad will it be around Galveston? I think Galveston's going to be okay, and that's because of what I was saying earlier. A hurricane typically has a good side and a bad side. Unless you're right there in the eye wall, then it doesn't matter which side you're on. but the eye wall will stay well east of Galveston. So Galveston's going to be on the good side of the storm, or as we referred to, the clean side. The dirty side is the east side or the right side of the storm. Typically, the right flanking quadrant of the landfalling hurricane is where you do not want to be, and that's exactly where Lake Charles, Louisiana is going to be sitting. So I think Galveston's going to be just fine. It's going to be a little windy in Galveston. You may get some rain. I've got a webcam in Galveston. We'll go back to it in just a few moments. I'll show you. Actually, it looked like a pretty evening in Galveston. Thank you, Ruth Earl. I try. All right, let's see. Thank you, Allison. Appreciate you watching us. Lynn Long up on the ridge, Broughton Ridge. I think we're going to have a little Dr. Don get-together when all this COVID's over, and we're going to have to do it somewhere around Broughton Ridge because I think we have the entire ridge in here tonight. Appreciate it. Sure do. Yeah, Lindy, it is cool. Obviously, I'm a weather geek. It is awesome. It's fascinating. It's scary. But it's part of this old world we live in. You just got to learn to respect it and protect yourself. And like I said earlier, in most cases, injury and fatalities can be avoided. Just got to use your old noggin. There's Sharon Willis. Big cities. That's right. Give me big cities. I'm awfully proud to have some San Antone in the house with us tonight. Thank you for joining us. Hey, folks, let me do this. Let me ask you to do this, too. Share Dr. Don's weather page with all your friends and ask them to share with their friends. And, see, you get the idea. Have their friends share with their friends, share with their friends. And then the next thing you know, we've got the entire country watching us. Now, we primarily cover weather for East Alabama and West Georgia. There's a reason for that. That part of Alabama and Georgia is kind of left out in no man's land as far as television and radio severe weather coverage is concerned. So I spent 22 years in broadcast radio in that area about 10 years ago. That's when I left. And so I have a little bit of a reputation down there because weather was one of my specialties. And so now with modern technology the way it is, it doesn't matter where we are. We can provide that coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia that they so deserve because the two major television markets, that being Birmingham and Atlanta, have millions of people in their backyard. And so they can't stay wall to wall when we have severe weather in rural Alabama or rural Georgia. I can. I don't have multi-million-dollar advertisers breathing down my throat to knock it off and go back to regular programming and play their commercials. I don't have to do that. I have great supporters that keep us going, and then we ask you guys to support us as well. It takes it all to make all this work. It's time-consuming. And there are a lot of expenses involved in it. So I invite you to go to our PayPal and support us any way you possibly can. And I just put the link up there for you. It is secure. It is safe. And all you have to do is click on it. It takes just a few seconds and help us out any way you can. We greatly appreciate it if you would. Let's see here. Who else we got going on here? There's Betty. I was getting worried about you, Betty. I've been on now for, What time is it? 7:46 Central. I've been on for 46 minutes, and you're just now commenting? I know. The signal travels real slow through the Mill Village. Takes a while. You just got notified. All right, folks, so if you're just joining us, let me reset everything. Dr. Don with you on Dr. Don's weather page. It is Wednesday, August 26, 2020, 7:47 p.m. Central, 8:47 p.m. Eastern, and we are watching Hurricane Laura, as Laura is about to make landfall in Louisiana. We think right along the Louisiana-Texas state line. And let me zoom in. First of all, let me say this. If you're watching us, please at least comment and tell us where you're watching from so we know that you're here. And if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, by all means, post them. And here's how this is going to work. I'm going to ride this thing for a couple of 2-3 hours, kind of see how things go. But at the top of each hour and probably at the bottom of each hour, I'm going to take a little break. Now, I'll leave the feed up, and so you can see the radar and watch it. And, I've got to go fill the coffee cup up. So this is just going to be kind of a gathering that we're going to do. I'll read comments from time to time. So I love to talk to you. I love to read your comments. That's my most favorite part about this whole thing. So be sure and give me some comments. Let's see here. There's Betty. Okay, I'll excuse you, Betty. If you were in church, that's exactly where I should be. I'll forgive you this one time. I got Jackie Beavers in here. Jackie is offering her prayers from Dixie County, Florida. Nice to have you with us, Jackie. All right, so I want to talk about this. We got one storm sitting just north of Lanett. For those of you that are not familiar with East Alabama or West Georgia, that's right there on the Alabama-Georgia state line. Lanett, Alabama. And this is near Gabbardville, which is over in Troup County, or just south of Holiday Park, just north of Lanett, just north of Valley. And let me put that in motion. Let's see. This is kind of moving backwards. So it has actually kind of gotten caught up in the rotation from Laura. And here's what's been going on. The showers we had yesterday and earlier today over in Georgia, we're moving in the opposite direction because of a high pressure dome that's sitting over North Carolina. Well, East Alabama and West Georgia is kind of caught between that high pressure, which is steering Laura, and Laura itself. You know, high pressure and low pressure spin in opposite directions. Low pressure goes counterclockwise, high pressure goes clockwise. Well, right here in East Alabama and West Georgia, we're kind of caught in between those two. So now this storm that we're looking at right there on the Alabama-Georgia state line in Chambers and Troup County is moving back to the west-northwest. So that tells me that that little cluster of energy, at least, is caught up in the circulation around Hurricane Laura. So what did I say a while ago? 520 some odd miles? And it's influencing this thunderstorm. So that'll give you some kind of idea of how massive this thing is and how powerful it is. Yeah, don't drive a big rig through this. I'm just telling you. Not in the state of Louisiana anyway. But anyway, this is going to move to the north and northwest. So you folks up here in Randolph, up there in Rock Mills, Roanoke, this little... It's not severe by no means, but some brief, very heavy rainfall is quite possible right there. I don't see any lightning in it right now, but if it keeps growing, there may be. Also, we have another cell over here around Dadeville, over in Tallapoosa County. It would be moving to the northwest as well. So you folks in Buxton, New Site, maybe even Alexander City could see this one in the next hour or so. But again, they're not severe. So let me go back over here to our hurricane. And 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings now. And this is just north of Hammond, Louisiana, just north of Baton Rouge, near Jackson, to the west of Kentwood. And all these storms are rotating to the northwest. So if you are upstream in places like Crosby, Natchez, even up there in Jonesville, I know a lot of these places are foreign to most of you, but zoom back out, you can kind of get a general idea of what we're talking about. This is New Orleans down here, and so these possible tornadoes are forming on the north end of Lake Pontchartrain and then moving off to the northwest. That's an outer feeder band that is spiraling around our hurricane. The direct outer feeder bands are the closest feeder bands to the center of circulation, just about to reach I-10. And you can see that big storm down there, the big eye. I mean, that's as symmetrical and as good look of a hurricane as you'll ever see. Let me go back to our cameras and see that's Lake Charles right there on the lower right hand. That's the bridge over the Calcasieu River. And that's going to be a good indication. I'm hoping that we have enough light once the sun completely goes down to be able to watch that one. Then up there in the upper left-hand corner, we've got some more Lake Charles cameras. That one in the center, on the bottom is a Lake Charles. We got rain right there. Upper center is Galveston, and we've lost that one. Upper right-hand corner is now live again, and that's also Galveston. That's just as beautiful as you'll ever want to see right there. So, question earlier about Galveston. Nah, Galveston's going to be fine. So I don't see anything right now that's an indication of any really bad stuff going on. Let's go back and take... Let's take the Calcasieu River Bridge. And obviously it is getting dark. And this is going to be looking... I'm pretty sure this is looking west because you can still see a few breaks in the clouds back there where the sun is setting in the west. So this is going to be looking west, so the wind, the dominant wind, should start coming out of the left side of your screen. And let me go look here. Yeah. We've got one feeder band that should be coming across this bridge in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Let me bust back over here to the Southern Union State Community College Live Doppler Weather Radar. There's Lake Charles, right there in the center of your screen. You see the yellows. And I'll just rock it back and forth. You can see that yellow coming right at Lake Charles. Well, that is right where this camera is. And you can see, if you look real close out there in the river, you can see the wind blowing the water out there. They'll close this bridge. I'm really kind of surprised they haven't already. There's some type of mechanical problem over here in the right-hand lane. I think that's what the police car is all about. But once the wind reaches a certain sustained strength, and it's probably 40 miles per hour, they'll close this bridge down. They'll not let any, especially truck traffic, go across this bridge. All right, I'm going to take a live feed. This is from one of the Fox channels. I'm not really sure which one. But this is a live radar shot with the center of circulation, category 4, right there in the middle of it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break for just a minute and fix a cup of coffee. Take a break. In other words, I got to go find a tree. How about that? And then we'll come back and jump into hour number 2. If you have questions, comments, concerns, good time to jump in there and give them to us on the chat room. Again, please, if nothing else, tell us where you're watching from, just so we know that you're in the room with us. We certainly would appreciate that. So, like I said, I'm going to leave the feed up. I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes on Dr. Don's weather page. Well, once again, good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don with you in the Dr. Don Weather Page Storm Center. We are just chit-chatting and having a good time and watching what's taking place down in the northern Gulf of Mexico as we have a landfalling hurricane, a strong landfalling hurricane. We are talking about Category 4, strong Category 4, maybe even making Category 5 status before landfall. So this is very dangerous. And we are here to provide information and talk about what's going on, answer questions. And we'll do this for the next couple of hours or so. Just trying to get my radar to reset. I think we've got it now. So first thing I want to do is reset. It's 8:11 p.m. Central on Wednesday, August 26, 2020. And Dr. Don's Weather Page, for those of you that are not familiar with us, we cover East Alabama and West Georgia primarily, but anytime we have a major severe weather outbreak anywhere across the southeastern United States, we are here, and you are looking at Hurricane Laura making final approach to the southern coast of Louisiana. Most likely will make landfall right there along the Louisiana-Texas state line and then move north and eventually back to the northeast. Things are about to go downhill quickly along I-10. Lafayette, Louisiana, Lake Charles, over to Beaumont, Texas, Houma, Louisiana, all of those areas there between, really from New Orleans all the way to Houston. The weather's not going to be good. The worst of it, I think, is going to be from Lafayette over to about Beaumont, and especially to the right of that area, back over to around Lafayette. That's where the heaviest winds will be. I-10 should be getting pretty bad here quickly, and we have numerous tornadoes to the north of New Orleans, from the northwestern tip of Lake Pontchartrain back up to the northwest. So that's not a good area to be in tonight as well. Let's go over here to the picture-in-picture, and let's see if we can pick up on anything. Let's take that bridge in Lake Charles, Calcasieu River, there in Lake Charles. We've been watching this all afternoon, and you can see, unfortunately, this is going to be making landfall after the sun sets. But you can see that the camera is already shaking there, so it's the wind is picking up. And and this has been going on now for an hour or so. There's a police officer on the bridge, and I think it's due to a mechanical breakdown of a vehicle right above where you see the flashing lights. I don't think he's there weather related, though it would not surprise me at all if they don't close this bridge fairly soon. There's still traffic going across it now, but if we go back over to the Southern Union State Community College Doppler weather radar, in that same area, we'll zoom in on it. And that's Lake Charles right there. That's where that bridge is that we've been watching. And you can see that one of the outer feeder bands is coming over that area now, but the wind that's going to be the biggest problems down here in this yellow. And then where the highest winds are occurring, here's the eye wall of Laura. And that 150 mile per hour wind would be down here right along the eye wall. Let's see here. Hold on. All right, now I got my telestrator going. So that 150 mile wind gust that the hurricane hunters, not gusts, but sustained 150 mile per hour winds that were discovered by the hurricane hunter about 2 hours ago. And just, you have to forgive me on my drawing, but it would be inside that area right there. You get down in this quadrant of the storm down here on the end of it. You know, in there, you're probably looking at 100 mile per hour winds sustained. Also the same down here on this side, around 100 miles per hour. So right around the eye wall of the storm is where the absolute highest wind is going to be from this storm. Sharon's got us going on in Alexander City, Alabama. Folks, if you're watching us, we would love to hear from you. And if you don't have any comments, then which is what we really prefer, tell us something. Tell us something good. If you don't have any comments, at least tell us where you're watching from. Give us the name of your town that you're watching from. We have San Antonio, Texas, so far is the furthest place away from our coverage area of East Alabama and West Georgia. So we'd love to hear from you. Let us know where you are watching from. And let's go back up to the... Going to go back to the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see if we can... that's the last update. This was the position at 4 p.m. So the storm's a little bit closer to the coast now. Expected to be a major Category 4 hurricane, if not Category 5 at landfall, which should be somewhere around midnight tonight. I know the hurricane is already beginning to come on shore, but it's not considered to be making landfall until the eye wall starts to cross over land, and that won't happen for another couple of hours or so. So we're expecting landfall to take place around midnight. Laura started rapidly intensifying this afternoon, went to Category 4. Hurricane hunters found sustained winds of 150 miles per hour with higher gusts. And there is that possibility that we could see this go to a Category 5 before landfall is achieved in the next couple of hours. But we're going to have a major hurricane landfall here in a couple of hours. And then one good thing is, from the Hurricane Center, they're telling us that the storm should deteriorate rapidly. So we should be back to just tropical storm status by sunrise tomorrow morning, and maybe by noon tomorrow up there around the Louisiana, Arkansas state line, and then maintaining storm status through 1 a.m. Friday, and then down to depression status by 1 o'clock on Friday afternoon. That would be up there either in extreme southeast Missouri, extreme western, northwestern Tennessee, maybe southern Illinois, or extreme western Kentucky. And then still at depression status by the time she makes central Kentucky on 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, and then about to lose its tropical characteristics over West Virginia, or over Virginia, I should say, by 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Now, let me back up to that point where you see that D over Kentucky at 1 o'clock Saturday. If you split the difference between 1 p.m. Friday and 1 a.m. Saturday, then that's going to put you. I'm thinking. I know a lot of folks are asking questions about football on Friday night, and I know that seems a little silly to be talking about that with as much devastation that lies ahead for Louisiana and Texas, but our primary coverage area is East Alabama and West Georgia, so folks are asking if there's any chance this storm is going to affect our weather, and there is that chance. It all depends on just the status of Laura when Laura turns that corner and starts coming toward Kentucky. If it's still strong enough, even as a depression, then it will continue to pull moisture up out of the Gulf of Mexico. You know, these tropical systems, that's what feeds these storms. It's the warm temperatures from the Gulf of Mexico that fuels these storms. So it's got to continue to tap into the warm Gulf water to survive. Even at depression status, it could still pull a tremendous amount of moisture up out of the Gulf of Mexico. So as that storm rounds that corner and starts turning off to the right, it's going to be streaming moisture up out of the Gulf of Mexico, and that could very well come across East Alabama, eventually West Georgia, and then across North Georgia as well. So if we see any weather directly related to Laura, other than a few showers that are roaming around up in East Alabama tonight, it would be on Friday night into Saturday. So yes, that possibility does exist. We're most likely just looking at some scattered showers and thunder showers, but there is a slight risk that we could see some weather of a little more than just a slight shower or two. We could have some marginally strong to possibly severe storms, though we wouldn't expect a large outbreak. Let me go back to the Southern Union State Community College live Doppler HD radar, and we have a storm in extreme southeast Randolph. Let me zoom in on that. Right over downtown Rock Mills. State Route 22, County Road 686, County Road 91, Bacon Cove Road, County Road 75. Very heavy rainfall right over Rock Mills as we speak. Some lighter showers down there on County Road 16, Bacon Level. Out there on County Road 20, Lime Road. And this entire area is moving to the northwest. Some light rain now over the city of Roanoke. So you folks up here in High Shoals, back up here around High Shoals, Potash, Rock Stand, Springfield. This rain's generally moving in your direction. A lot of folks over here watching us tonight in Broughton Ridge. Yeah, you could see a shower, but I think the heaviest part of it's going to move off to your northeast. Then let's go back down to Tallapoosa County. We have that storm we were looking at earlier, and now just to the northeast of Jackson Gap. It's also moving northwest. Light rain in New Site. I think the heaviest part of it stays south of New Site. This is a very small storm, but right there where you see the red, it's some pretty heavy rainfall. occurring right there on Highway 49 between New Site and Jackson Gap, where you come out right there at Dadeville. Light rain over at Alexander City. One small dot right there in extreme northwest Troup County. And that may grow a little bit as it moves off to the northeast, northwest as well. So, yeah, not a lot happening in the state of Georgia. You folks watching us up here in northeast Georgia, just some scattered light showers in the northern part of White County and back over there in Habersham, maybe the central and northern parts of Lumpkin County. Bigger storms out there around Savannah and down in southern Georgia, southeast of Albany, and then down in the Florida Panhandle, northwest of Gainesville. Some showers. And just spotted very light showers over in West Alabama. Then we come over in Mississippi, got a pretty good cluster of storms just southeast of Little Rock. And then we get down into the stronger showers and thunderstorms directly associated with Hurricane Laura. And that's going to be in the form of several tornadic thunderstorms. Bring it current right there. And let's just see if we can bear with me a second here. All right, there's always more than one way to skin a cat. Let's see here. All right, now we want to work with me, people. What's going on here? Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah, I think we're going somewhere now. All right. Okay, well, I was going to do a storm track for you and give you some names of towns that were in the path of some of these tornadoes over here. But that's pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. So it's not really giving me what I'm looking for. And we've lost all but one tornado warning too. That's good. Yeah, that's a little ragged looking there. That's from the local. That's just the New Orleans radar, I believe it is. So let me take that off and go back over to the national composite. Now it looks a lot better. Thank you, Chance. I appreciate you sharing my videos, bud. Chance is good about that. Pretty much everything I put out there, Chance shares it, and I appreciate it. And that's what we need to do. Everybody needs to share. Share with your friends and have them share with their friends. And it gets us more folks in here. I know the Republican National Convention is underway, so I'm going up against some heavy competition tonight. Because I know everybody's glued to the television to watch all that. Just watching some comments from the Weather Service. Got some pretty gusty winds in Santa Fe. And it's going to be gusty all up and down the Texas coast. But unless you're east of Beaumont, you really don't have anything to worry about. Yeah, I'm just looking at some comments from the Weather Service. And bear with me just for a moment, because what I want to do is I have an instrument here where I can watch live information coming from the National Weather Service offices all over the country. And so I want to go see if I can log in to the Lake Charles Weather Service. So bear with me just a second while I've got to find it first. Well, by golly, there's Lake Charles. Let's see if we can get in there. So obviously that's not the right one because there's nothing going on. Oh, wait a minute. Well, yeah. Okay. The computer that I do that on is hooked up through, I won't call any names because I don't want to get in trouble, but I'm using one of those satellite internet providers for my weather computer. So it takes a minute. All right, so I am in the room now. So I'm just watching some of the stuff. We have a wind gust of 61 knots, which is a little over 65 miles per hour. And that is South Marsh, which is going to be down there where you see those yellows south of Lake Charles. Mitch Sparks, hello from Memphis, Tennessee. Nice to have you in here, Mitch. Hey, Mitch, this storm's going to come relatively close to you guys. It certainly won't be of hurricane variety by the time it gets up there around Memphis. But, yeah, when Laura makes that turn, should be in central Arkansas. Around Little Rock, maybe just a shade bit east of Little Rock when she starts that turn. So that's going to put Memphis right there in that right front quadrant of the storm. Should be a tropical storm at that point. But Memphis could certainly pick up some gusty winds and some strong thunderstorms when she comes a-calling on the great state of Tennessee. But thank you, Mitch. Thanks for joining us. Nice to have you. And if you're in the room with us watching the video tonight, as we watch Hurricane Laura make landfall, then by all means, please at least tell me where you're watching from so that I know that you're in the room. Let's go back and take a peek at our bridge cam. This is Lake Charles, Louisiana, Calcasieu River. And we finally got that police officer off the bridge, so a little more pleasant to watch. And I think what's going on right now is the tide is going out because this camera is looking west. So the river to the left would be flowing toward the ocean. And those flashes of light, I'm pretty sure that's the cars topping the bridge. It's the headlights. But you can clearly see there on the lower right-hand corner of the screen, the water appears to be going from right to left, which would be toward the ocean, which would make sense because of the way the hurricane spins. It's drawing water away right now. And then once we get landfall and the right side of the storm hits the mouth of the river, it's going to start pushing water back in. So this will be a very interesting camera to watch all night. This is from the state of Louisiana interstate system, camera system. They have cameras all over the state. And I think we're actually going to be able to see it pretty good. If the traffic would stop going across the bridge, we could certainly see a lot better. And I think that will happen with time because when we go back over here to the Southern Union State Community College Doppler HD radar, you can see that the area that bridge is in, let me zoom in. There's Lake Charles right there. All right, that's where that bridge cam is from. Just had one outer feeder band move across. That probably wasn't much more than 20 mile per hour sustained winds. But this stuff down here that's coming in right there at Cameron, Louisiana now will be approaching Lake Charles in the next hour or so. And that's where the wind should really start picking up. And then within a couple of hours, they ought to be in full-blown hurricane mode right there around Lake Charles, Louisiana. Folks in Beaumont, I'm certainly not about to tell you to lessen your heightened alert here, but the eye of this storm, if it continues moving north where it's at right now, it's going to make landfall somewhere around Cameron, Louisiana. So that would put Beaumont on the left side of the storm, or the good side, the clean side. And when I say clean, I'm speaking in relative terms. It's not completely clean, but compared to the right side, it is. So if you're over here in the Beaumont area, you may be spared the worst of it. You're going to get some, but it may not be quite as bad as what we're going to see in Cameron and Lake Charles, back over to Lafayette, New Iberia, Morgan City. These areas are going to get hit pretty hard. Houma, Louisiana. I pick on Houma, but if you watch Swamp People, it's actually going to be it's going to get rough over there too, but not quite as bad as what we're going to see in Cameron. So I'm going to say from Morgan City back over to about halfway between Cameron and Beaumont is where the worst of the weather is going to be, directly related to the hurricane. Now, we got some nasty feeder bands coming up here just to the east of Houma, and that eventually will pull right over Houma, and you can see all the different storm cell indicators there coming in, and multiple tornado warnings north of Lake Pontchartrain. So it's a stormy night over there, no question about it, but the absolute worst of this is going to be right around Cameron, Louisiana. Yeah, bear with me. I got to do some house cleaning right quick. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave it on the bridge there for just a few moments. That chirp you heard in the background, that's a tornado warning that's just been issued by the Lake Charles National Weather Service office. Radar indicated this is for Cameron and Vermilion. At 8:39 p.m., a band of thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles south of Freshwater City, moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. So like I said, it's on for Cameron, Louisiana. I'm off. It's beginning to look like that may end up being ground zero. And here's that tornado warning that I was telling you about. Let me take it current. It's right there. Well, I gotta take the radar back. All right. So here is Cameron, and here's the tornado warning that was just issued. That's for a possible tornado. It's actually still out over open waters, but it's going to rotate to the north and west. So it also is coming almost directly at Lake Charles. So this warning is for southeastern Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Vermilion Parish in southwest Louisiana. This warning is in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Time. At 8:39, a band of thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located 10 miles south of Freshwater City, moving northwest at 65. This dangerous storm will be near Freshwater City around 8:45 and Pecan Island around 8:55 p.m. Rockefeller Wildlife Range. Boy, it's rough to get old and you can't see. Rockefeller Wildlife Range around 9:10 p.m. That's a tornado warning. Pecan Island. That's another area that you see mentioned on the South Louisiana reality shows, particularly Swamp People. I believe Pecan Island is where Elizabeth, don't you remember the girl that used to hunt alligators with Troy, and he calls her Elizabeth, and she doesn't like that? That's Pecan Island. Yeah, it's not going to show. All right, so Matt, my buddy Matt, asking a question about my opinion for anything for East Alabama. Well, Matt, it all depends. There are several. Let me give you the short answer, then I'll come back and tell you why. Short answer is yes, maybe, I don't know. How about that? That's what you call truth right there. If we do get anything off of it across East Alabama, it's going to be probably Friday night into Saturday. Timing, obviously, is going to be affected depending on the forward motion of the storm. All of that is highly dependent on exactly what the high pressure does that's sitting over Virginia or North Carolina. It's going to kind of catapult things. The hurricane, being a low pressure, spins counterclockwise. High pressure, which is over North Carolina, spins clockwise. Well, East Alabama and West Georgia is kind of caught in between those two dominating features on our weather map right now. So they're going to, for lack of better terms, kind of play tug of war here over the next 12 to 24 hours. And one's going to kind of nudge the other one, and we'll see who wins that battle. Yeah, so it all depends on exactly where that turn back to the northeast really takes place. I'm pretty confident with what the models are showing, and they're showing that turn takes place over Little Rock and slings what's left of Laura back up into western Kentucky and then across the state of Kentucky, probably a little bit south of central Kentucky, on her trek back to the east. Well, when that happens, what's left of the storm is going to be pulling moisture off the Gulf of Mexico because, and I've already mentioned this several times tonight, a tropical storm has to have tropical moisture to survive. I mean, without it, she's dead. So she's still going to be tapping into the Gulf of Mexico, even though she's going to be some, maybe 300 or 400 miles removed from the body of water. The upper levels of the atmosphere will still feed off of the Gulf of Mexico. So that's going to pull moisture north off of the Gulf. And, that's going to first affect Louisiana. And then as the storm turns back to the northeast, then that moisture will stream up over Mississippi. And as the storm gets on over into central Kentucky, it'll start streaming over Alabama. And as the storm gets on over into eastern Kentucky, it'll be pulling that moisture up over the state of Georgia, and so forth and so on as she continues off to the east. The question is timing, when that takes place. If it's during the nighttime hours, probably nothing much more than just a scattered thunderstorm here or there. If it happens during the heat of the day, like Friday afternoon or later in the morning on Saturday, then we could be looking at some more intense thunderstorms. Do we expect a wide outbreak of severe weather? No. Could we have an occasional severe thunderstorm or strong thunderstorm Friday night into Saturday morning across East Alabama? Yes, that is possible. Just depends. If we get a good moisture flow set up, and we have a lot of rain during the day on Friday that keeps the atmosphere relatively in check, then severe wouldn't be much of an issue. If we have breaks in the sun on Friday, we warm up to 92, 93 degrees, which is what the forecast is, and then we start getting some big storms coming off the Gulf of Mexico, 20, 30, 40,000 foot storms. Then parts of East Alabama or West Georgia could see some pretty nasty storms later on in the day. I think the earliest we could see anything like that would be late afternoon Friday. But then again, this tug of war going on between the high and the low has everything to do with the timing. If Laura were to really increase her forward speed, then we could see this happen Friday morning. If things slow down, then it may be Saturday morning before it gets into East Alabama, if it does anything at all. So that's kind of a long way around the world, but now you should have a pretty good picture on how it could potentially affect things across East Alabama in the coming days. Preach it, Chance. I love me some swamp people too. I do too. The only thing that upsets me about swamp people, they done went and took Shelby Stang off of it. Shelby was hilarious. It's just like all those shows. Every now and then they hit on a good one, and then they go and try to produce something just for that person, and they ruin it. And that's exactly what happened with Shelby. Shelby was hilarious. That was the funniest human being I think I've ever watched on television. And they went and tried to make a show just for him. And, it's kind of like going to grandma's house and, when back in the day when we grew up, you got a piece of that peach pie. There wasn't but just enough for everybody to have a half a bite. That was the best peach pie you ever put in your mouth. And you go get you a whole pie, all of a sudden it isn't that good anymore. Still good, but it's not the best. Well, that's what happened with Swamp People. They went and tried to take the best part of it and make a show out of it, and then it just fizzled, and now Shelby's nowhere to be found. Upsets me. All right, let's see who else we got in here. Oh, wait a minute. Houston, Texas in the house. Howdy, Houston. So I heard something on the radio this morning. The two sexiest accents. I don't know who does this kind of stuff. The two sexiest accents in the United States of America. Anybody want to guess which two states have the sexiest accents, according to somebody? Texas and Alabama. I guess I'm right there with you because I lived in Chicago for 2 very long years back in the day, and everybody thought I was from Texas. I was born and raised in Alabama. But yeah, Chato is in the house from Houston, Texas, asking the question about what Laura is going to do for Houston. And Chato, I think you're going to be fine. I mean, it's going to be windy and gusty in Houston, and you'll get a little rain. You could have a squall line from time to time come through. But for the most part, the worst part of this storm is going to be to the right of the eye, and that's going to be over Lake Charles, Louisiana. Beaumont, it's going to be a close call. If there's any wobble, if she stays dead on right like she's going right now, the landfall is going to be somewhere around Cameron, Louisiana. Let me go in a little bit tighter. Wrong way. If there are no wobbles and she continues just like she's going right now, Cameron, Louisiana is the bullseye. All right, so Houston's way over here to the left. You're good. You may not even get any of the outer feeder bands over here in Houston. Beaumont, you probably will get some of the feeder bands, but if she continues in the exact track she's on right now, the worst of it's coming right over Cameron, Louisiana, and it's going to cross I-10 between Lake Charles and Beaumont. Lake Charles is going to be on the dirty side. It's not going to be a pleasant evening in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Cameron, Louisiana, Abbeville, Lafayette, Franklin, Thibodaux, all these places I just named are going to have a long night ahead of them. Beaumont, maybe not quite so much, but now understand, if she wobbles 15, 20, 30 miles to the left before making landfall, then all of a sudden Beaumont's right in the middle of it. So if you're in Beaumont, Texas, stand guard. You probably should not even be in Beaumont, Texas right now. You shouldn't be in Lake Charles, Louisiana right now. I could understand maybe Lafayette staying in place, Baton Rouge certainly. But anything west of Lafayette or east of Beaumont should have evacuated hours ago. And south of I-10, Cameron, Pecan Island, all these places down here are just going to get devastated. We're talking 150 mile per hour sustained winds with higher gusts. That's a strong Category 4. National Weather Service in Lake Charles now issuing a flood warning for the Vermilion River at the Lafayette Street gauge. All right, so water is rising. So there you go, Chatto. Thank you for joining us from Houston, Texas. We had San Antonio in here earlier. So Lone Star State showing out tonight on Dr. Don's weather page. Appreciate you. And if you're in the room, be sure and comment. Tell us where you're watching from so we'll know. I've got a counter that shows me sometimes correctly how many folks are in the room, but that's not always the case because we've got a network here. I mean, we're simulcasting to all of our Facebook groups, to YouTube, to Periscope, to our website. And then when you share with your friends, and your friends share with your friends, and their friends share with their friends, we don't get an accurate count of exactly how many folks are in the room at any given time. So the only way I know you're there is if you say something, make a comment. And if you don't have anything you want to contribute, then tell me where you're watching from. Give me a Roll Tide, a War Eagle, go Aggies, hook 'em horns. How about them dogs? Something. You know, it's football season's here. Here comes another tornado warning from Lake Charles. The National Weather Service office at Lake Charles. Actually, this is a continuation of the warning they issued just a few moments ago. This is for Cameron and Vermilion. Band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located 7 miles southwest of Pecan Island, moving northwest at, 65 miles per hour. Now that is moving on right there. That ought to give you some indication of how strong this hurricane is. These storms are moving at 65 miles per hour. Stop it right there. All right, so there's your possible tornado. I know this is hard to see if you're watching on a phone, iPad, or get on your smart TV and watch us on YouTube and put it up on the big screen. You can see a whole lot better. But there's your possible tornado just making landfall there. Was probably a water spout if it indeed is containing a tornado. Now it's on land, so it becomes a tornado. But that's it right there. And it was way out here in the Gulf when they initially issued this warning about 15, 20 minutes ago. Now it's already way up here. Brand new tornado watch just issued by the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma. Y'all probably get tired of hearing me say this, but I had the awesome pleasure of touring the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma back in, it was last year now, wasn't it? It's been a minute. Seemed like it was yesterday. That was pretty cool. If you ever get that opportunity, and if you're hanging with me tonight, you're probably a weather geek or a weather buff like I am. So you'd probably enjoy that. If you ever get the opportunity to go through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, if you're within a couple of 300 or 400 miles of Norman, Oklahoma, it is worth driving there to tour. That place is awesome. All right, so they have just issued a tornado watch until... Well, it'll take a minute for all that to come up, but it's going to be for southern Louisiana, I can tell you that. It should pop up on our radar, too. All right, so we now have a wind gust of 70 knots at South Marsh. Let's see here. Bear with me. I got to find South Marsh. I'm just not that familiar with these areas. We're going to be. We're getting there. All right, so that did not return anything. Let me just go look right here. I'm going to let's see. It's gonna be right along the. There's Vermilion Bay. That's there's Marsh Island. There we go. I got it. All right. So that's 70 knot wind gust that the National Weather Service report. This is Vermilion Bay, right in this area. Let me turn the telestrator on. Hang on a second. Cool stuff right here. Look at that. Whoa. That's Vermilion Bay. So this 70 mile per hour wind gust, or 70 knot wind gust, is out here in this area, right there on the tip. Now, let me make sure I'm telling you right. Where's Highway 90? Uh-oh, I turned the telestrator off. All right, where's Lafayette? There's Lafayette. Okay. All right, so yeah, Highway 90 comes out of Lafayette, runs down. All right, so just south of New Iberia is what we're talking about. Marsh Island is. All right, there's New Iberia. So this is Marsh Island right here. I was a little too far over. My apologies. All right, this is Marsh Island. So this is where the 70 knot wind gust was, which is about 75 miles per hour, right in this area. And that makes sense because you see, let me stop the radar and we'll go back. Look at that red right there. That was, well, actually right there. That most likely is it. That's the same line that's containing the possible tornado a little bit further to the west. So, yeah, we're going to go with this. This was about 10 minutes ago when the report came in. So that would be the leading edge of that feeder band, 75 miles. That's hurricane strength winds at Marsh Island, and we're still probably a couple hours away from landfall. So that's not going to subside. I mean, they're in it now. So right there around Marsh Island, 75 mile per hour winds already being reported. And that's just going to continue moving on off to the north. So Lafayette, batten down the hatches, it's knocking on your door. Same up here in Lake Charles. Every bit of this is going to be the first wave of it right here. All that red that you see is spiraling around the center of circulation. And the 150 mile per hour sustained winds are right down here around the center of the storm. Let's go back to our Lake Charles camera. See if we can see anything. I see a little bit of traffic coming over the bridge. Not nearly as much traffic as we saw earlier. They hadn't got in the wind yet, and I'm awfully afraid that some folks may be lulled into a false sense of security up there because we've been talking about this for quite some time and nothing's happened. It was actually a pretty decent day in southern Louisiana before sunset. But now the sun's gone down. You can't really judge the thickness and darkness of the clouds, and the weather is going to go downhill quick in places like Cameron, Louisiana, and Lake Charles. All right, so let's see here. We have a new tornado warning, or a tornado. No, those are all tornado watches. Okay. Yeah, it's the entire southern, pretty much the entire southern half of the state of Louisiana. Let's see if I can get it to pull up here. All right, there it comes. Well, we have so many watches and warnings in play here. Let me back out a little bit. Flash flood watches. The blue is the tornado watch. Now understand that tornado watch also comes way over here, but it's ducked under the red. The red is the hurricane warning. But you'll see when I move my cursor across there, the tornado watch stays. For instance, this one county is under a tornado watch, a hurricane warning, a flash flood watch, and a flood warning, all at the same time. That's pretty amazing. All right, let me reset. It is 9:09 Central on Thursday. I'm sorry, Wednesday. It's not Thursday yet. It's Wednesday, August 26, 2020. On Dr. Don's weather page, we are watching a few live cameras down in Louisiana. We're watching radar. I'm watching the National Weather Service chat room for Lake Charles, and we've already seen wind gusts to around 75 miles per hour at Marsh Island in Louisiana. Let me take the watch warnings off because that's just going to really clutter things up. Marsh Island being right here, just south of New Iberia. And all that's continuing to move off to the north. Right now, it looks like Hurricane Laura is going to move inland very close to Cameron, Louisiana. You see Cameron right there. Port Arthur, Hackberry. I'm just looking for some other towns in this general area. That's probably about the best I'm going to do right there. We think landfall will be somewhere around between Port Arthur and Cameron. Continue off to the north, maybe a little bit west of due north, to a point between Lake Charles and Beaumont. That puts Lake Charles on the bad side of the storm. So conditions are really going to start going downhill quickly in Lake Charles, and that's Lake Charles you're looking at. That's one of their traffic cameras. That's the bridge going over the Calcasieu River. All right, let's look at a couple of other. Here's one that's beginning to show some weather. And this is the I-10 at Ryan Street in Lake Charles. Good news from this photograph. I don't see much traffic, and that's good. But you can see we got some really gusty winds. That camera's blowing around also. I don't see any traffic at all. And that's I-10. I'm beginning to wonder if they hadn't shut it down. Well, here comes some traffic. I see some traffic now. But boy, they're moving very slow. I just cannot imagine driving one of these big rigs in this kind of wind. I mean, I understand the need to get the freight moved. I get it. Like I said, I spent several years in the transportation business. I know what you're saying, but there comes a point where your life is a little more important. And I just, 40-mile-an-hour wind gust to turn one of those trucks over in a heartbeat. All right, let's see. Let's go to one other spot. This is I-10 at Ruth Street, also in Lake Charles. And what is that? Do we have something in the middle of the road right there? It looks like we've got something in the middle of the road. And I just lost that camera feed. Maybe it'll come back, but that looks like a piece of a sign. It could be an overturned vehicle. Let me see if I can get that feed to come back. There it goes. Robbie Osselbrook. Hey, good evening, Robbie. Nice to have you with us from Columbus, Georgia. Stephen, I guess you're asking me about the 10 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see here. Let me see if I can. I'm having trouble seeing all of your message for some reason. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I have not seen the 10 o'clock just yet. It should come down shortly. And I'll pass that along. I'm just trying to figure out what that is in the middle of the road there. This is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. There comes, oh, it must not be anything. Oh, that's a sign. Okay. It looked like it was in the roadway, but it's not. That car just drove right through it if it's in the middle of the road. My bad. That is nothing in the middle of the road right there. That's just a sign. But the good news, there's very little traffic right there. Goes another trucker. More power to you there, brother. Be very careful. The good news is there's not a whole lot of traffic. This is in downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana, which should take the brunt of this storm in another hour or so. And that's why we're here kind of watching this stuff. All right, so let's go to one more camera. This one is awfully dark. This is I-10 at Louisiana State Route 27. And about the only thing this one's going to tell us is what kind of traffic flow we've got out there. And as you can see, not much. And these cameras are fantastic, but everybody and their brother is trying to watch these cameras tonight, so it's just sucking the life out of the bandwidth. So let's go back. This is probably the most weather-intensive shot we've got so far tonight. This is I-10 and Ryan Street in downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana. Sharon is watching us in Valley, Alabama. I got an old Valley girl sitting in the recliner downstairs watching a little TV. How about them Rams? That normally gets her stirred up, but I don't hear anything. I do have one other camera I want to try. I don't know if it's going to cooperate either. Let's see here what we can do with it. Well, it's up, but it's so dark you can't see anything. I've got a camera at the Beaumont Convention Center. It's a live webcam at the Cattail Marsh. I wanted to show you because that was absolutely beautiful before the sun went down. But it's dark. Can't see it now. Let me check a couple of other stuff here. Oh, that was a cool one. Let's see if it's up. Yeah, it's up, but it's so dark. That's a buoy camera, but it is pitch black dark out there in the ocean, so that is no good. All right, let me I'm just looking offline at a couple of other cameras to see if we can get anything. I gotta be honest with you, that look we've got up right now is the best one I can get my hands on. The camera system in Louisiana, as one could imagine, is really overtaxed right now. I'm just having a hard time getting any of them to come up. So we're not going to mess with it. We're going to stay with what we've got. Yeah, and again, I want to remind everybody, if you're in the room, send me a text message and let me know you're watching so I know you're here. No other way of knowing unless you tell me. Let's see. Yeah, that's slightly outdated. Okay, folks, I'm going to step aside just for a few minutes. I'm going to take another break. I'm about 20 minutes overdue. Well, wait a minute. We have a new tornado warning. Let me tell you about this. It's a new tornado warning for Cameron, Louisiana at 9:09 p.m. Band of thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado was located over Rockefeller Wildlife Range, moving northwest at 60 miles per hour. And another tornado warning has been issued for Cameron and Vermilion at 9:12. A band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located near. Oh, that's the same thing. They just repeated it twice. But it's the same storm. Let me go back to the radar right quick before I take a break. Look at old Joe Knight up in there throwing them call signs in there. You hang in there, Joe. I'm working on my amateur license. I'll be dialing you up from Walker Mountain, Georgia, real soon. We get this COVID over with, I'm going to go for my license. I've had folks after me for years to get my amateur license, and I just never have done it. But as much as I love to yik yak and run my mouth, I think time has finally come. It's just another excuse to buy stuff too on Amazon. All right, so yeah, the tornado warnings we were talking about. This is right there, just on shore, south of Lake Arthur and southeast of Lake Charles. And you see both of the TDS signatures right there on radar. So this entire area from Cameron, Louisiana, back over to south of Lake Arthur, now under tornado warnings. So things about to go downhill in Cameron as well. I don't think we have any cameras down there because that's going to be ground zero, I do believe, or very close. And I'm just looking. There's Thibodaux. There's not the first camera down there in Cameron. Well, there's not a interstate camera because there's no interstates down there. But yeah, hey, if y'all want to help me, if somebody wants to Google right quick and see if they can find a live webcam in Cameron, Louisiana, and if you do, send me the link to it. I think you can probably post the link in the comments down in the comments section, or you can send it to me on Messenger, either way. But if y'all want to help me out and see if you can find me a live camera in Cameron, Louisiana, or very close to it, and just send me the link, I'll put it up on our feed. So here's a question from Sarah McMillan. Hey, Sarah. And she's asking, any storm at Queenland? I'm not. Got to be a little more specific than
Yes. It looks like there's a storm in Quinlan, Texas.
that. Well, thank you, Siri. Now I know where Quinlan is. It's in Texas. That's bizarre. All right, so that's really scary. I did not tell Siri to look that up. She was listening to me and heard me say Quinlan, Texas. It's actually, now I don't even know if we're talking about the same place, Sarah. You've got it spelled Queenlan. When I said that, it pulled up Quinlan, Quinlan. And that is in Texas, and it is storming in Texas at this particular location. All right, that was spooky. Y'all heard it, though. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, me. Good stuff. All right, so Australia. Seriously? Are you actually in Australia, Sarah? Because we finna do a weather forecast for Australia if you are. Chance, just Google live weather or just Google live webcam, Cameron, Louisiana. All right. All right. Okay. Sarah. So you want the weather for Queensland or Mondenberg? Because Queensland, Australia, for Thursday, partly cloudy skies 72 with an overnight low 47. On Friday, 79 degrees for your afternoon high under mostly sunny skies. And there's your latest forecast for Queensland, Australia on Dr. Don's weather page. Yeah, partly cloudy skies on Saturday, 70. Well, y'all got some nice weather over there. 72 on Saturday. Sunday, partly cloudy skies, 72. Monday, mostly sunny, 79. See, that's the weather we will have here in the States, particularly in the state of Georgia and Alabama, which is where we're broadcasting from. We'll have that kind of weather here in about another month and a half. Monday will be 79, overnight low of 54. Tuesday, partly cloudy, 76. I'm so envious. Wednesday, 75. This is next week. Thursday, 77. And there is zero chance that Hurricane Laura will affect Queensland, Australia. No, Sarah, thank you. I mean, I am flattered that you're watching us in Australia. That is cool stuff right there. Now somebody's asking about Egypt. All right. Y'all know that back in the day when I first got into radio, I worked for WLWI in Montgomery, Alabama. Rhubarb Jones. Some of you may remember Rhubarb. He was in Montgomery for years, and then he was in Atlanta for probably 25 years. He used to pick at me. I worked all different shifts at the radio station, but the primary shift I covered was midnight to 6 a.m. And he would pick at me and he would say, if one raindrop fell in Moose Jaw, Alaska, Strength was going to give the forecast for it. He'd be all time picking at me about that. I love it. And for those of you that are just joining us, ordinarily we cover East Alabama and West Georgia, but this is a catastrophic situation taking place in Louisiana as we speak. This is a Category 4 with 150 mile per hour sustained winds, gust higher than that. The storm could actually even go to Category 5 before landfall, and this is going to cause a lot of destruction. This will rival Hurricane Katrina, for those of you that remember Katrina. Unfortunately. The difference being the area is not nearly as heavily populated as New Orleans. But other than that, you're going to see a ton of damage, I'm afraid. Yeah, thanks for that, Chance. I've got that one. That's where most of these camera feeds are coming from that I'm showing you. Chance just sent me a link. He was kind enough to Google that for me and see if he could find something. But I'm specifically looking for Cameron, Louisiana. And I'm sure there's some cameras out there, but I can't find it. So we take you back to Lake Charles, which is just north of Cameron. Let's see. How far is that? Not far at all. "31 miles. All right, so this camera is 31 miles north of Cameron, which is where I think landfall is going to be, or it's going to be very close to that. The center of circulation right now is 91 miles south of this camera that you're looking at. "91 miles south of this shot you're looking at right there." So the hurricane force winds were extending out, I think it was 30 or 40 miles from the center of circulation earlier. So that should still be the case. So we've still got a minute before the hurricane strength winds get to this camera. If they're still 150 mile per hour when they get to Lake Charles, this camera will go away quickly. I mean, we'll lose the feed, but it's worth watching to see how this works out. The center of Laura is about 60 miles southeast of Cameron, Louisiana right now. About 111 miles southwest of Lafayette, Louisiana. 102 miles southeast of Beaumont, Texas. 150 miles southeast of Houston. 108 miles east-southeast of Galveston, Texas. "194 miles southwest of New Orleans. And 157 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. 112 miles southwest of Lafayette. And again, about 90 miles south, almost due south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. And you can see there on the screen, weather's getting pretty rough. That's we don't have anything really to judge the wind by except for that 60 mile per hour sign down there, that road sign. If you look real close down there on the bottom over to the right-hand side, there's a speed limit sign. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, it looks like it's wavering in the wind some, but it's kind of hard to tell because the camera's blowing in the wind so bad. Let's go back to our camera in downtown at Calcasieu River. Let's see what that looks like. I think that may end up being our best look. It's swaying in the wind pretty good too. And I want you to look at how the river level has gone down over the last hour or so. And you can see the wind. You see the wind's blowing back toward the ocean. And that's that circulation pulling back around, back out into the water, feeding into the hurricane. When that truck went across the bridge, you could see the wind blowing the rain. Watch this one. See how well, it's hard to tell on that one, but you could see the wind blowing back to the left. That's back toward the ocean. As soon as the hurricane makes landfall here in the next hour and a half, that wind's going to change and the water's going to change. You're going to see the water level come way up. Right now, you can actually see some bank out there on the river. Over here on the left-hand side, it looks like there's some type of buoy or marker out there. That'll be interesting to watch. And yeah, you could see right there, you can see the wind blowing the rain or the moisture back off to the left. And that flash of light that you're seeing is not power flash. Actually, I think there may be there's something up there in the upper right-hand corner. I'm wondering if that's not a searchlight of some sort. There may be an airport right in there, or that could be a radio tower that's flashing. That's giving us that big bright flash of light, but it's been doing it since it got dark, and it's coming from the exact same spot. So This is Galveston Bay, Galveston, Texas. And I think I just saw a flash of lightning. If you look real close down there at the bottom, you can see waves breaking. Now, this was the shot that we had right at, yeah, there is lightning off in the distance. This is the shot we had right at dark that was so surreal looking. I mean, the water was very calm. You could see the cloud bank out there. The sun was piercing through the cloud bank. It was just a beautiful sight. And this is at Galveston, Texas, looking out over the bay. But now if you look real close, you can see the whitecaps out there in the bay. So a pretty good indication that the wind has picked up in this area. But again, Galveston, Houston, you're going to be fine. As a matter of fact, this will probably pull water away from the coast. It should in the Galveston, Houston area, because of the way the storm rotates. Instead of piling water up on the coast or up in the Galveston Bay, it will pull water away and push it out to sea. So we may actually see water levels go down here instead of coming up. Should be, I mean, it's going to be a little breezy, but it should be a decent night in Galveston. New tornado warning. Actually, this is a continuation. This is an observed tornado for Cameron, Vermilion, Louisiana. 9:36 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located northwest of Pecan Island or east-northeast of Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. Additional tornadoes are possible from this same storm. So, let me go back to that. Let me take the chat down right quick so we can see all of this. Joe Knight, who is a amateur ham operator, is telling us that he understands that there is no power in Cameron, Louisiana. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. We got two tornado signatures, one confirmed by the National Weather Service at Lake Charles on the ground near Cameron, Louisiana as we speak. So I'm not at all surprised that there's reports of power outages in Cameron. And like I've been telling you for the last couple of hours, I think Cameron is going to end up being ground zero, or maybe just a little bit to the west of Cameron. Port Arthur may actually end up being ground zero, but any of these areas in here. From Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, Lake Charles, Hackberry, Cameron, back out I-10 all the way to Lafayette. All of these areas are just going to get devastated. Thanks, Linda McKee. Thank you for being in here. Joe, thank you for that report, bud. And if you get anything else, pass it along. We're going to ride this thing for a little while longer. And just kind of show you pictures and radar shots as we go throughout the evening. If you get any more reports, please pass them along. Okay, we also have a flood warning for the Sabine River. I don't know if I'm saying that right or not, but that's near Orange, Texas. That's a flood warning. So water's piling up there. South Marsh, which I'm assuming is on Marsh Island, just reported a wind gust of 57 knots. Lake Charles, National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning for Calcasieu, Cameron, Jefferson Davis, and Vermilion. At 9:40, a tornado producing a storm was located 10 miles northeast of Rockefeller Wildlife Range, moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. I want you to look. I'm going to stop the radar, and I'm going to go in right here. So there's 1, 2, 3. I got 3 signatures on here. I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's go. We're going to have to change radars to do what I want to do. So bear with me just a minute. There's all your tornado warnings. And let's take Lake Charles. Ooh, that's nasty. I'm just here to tell you that is some bad stuff. All right, I want to take the velocity. It'll take a second for that to populate. All right, here is what the radar is seeing, and we may actually need to go to a radar a little further away. We probably do. Let me back out. I do want to show you this before I switch radars, because another radar site might not show it. This is the center of circulation out here with Laura. I want you to look at the tornado vortex signatures we got going on out here. Velocity of 51 knots. Folks, that's off the charts. I mean, that's just insane. You don't see that very much. And that's probably not a tornado. The radar's picking up the circulation around the eye. It could be. There certainly could be a massive tornado in that eye wall. But that's most likely just the actual rotation of the hurricane itself. You got mesoscales being detected out there, and 2 tornado vortex signatures, or TVS signatures. All right, now let's see. Where can I go? It'll get me out from under the storm. On Lake Charles. Houston ought to be able to see it. Let's go to that one right there. That's Galveston, I think. Give it time to load. And what we're looking at here is the velocity product. This shows you the direction of the rain droplets in the storm. And so what you look for are rain droplets or reflectivity going in opposite directions real close to each other. That is an indication that you have rotation. And come on. Taking forever to load. Okay, there we go. I don't see it on that one. I see the hurricane with no question, but I don't see, and that's a problem with these type storms. It's hard to see. Maybe a little bit right there where you see the green couplet and red couplet side by side, but this is not a really good look. Let me try a different tilt. Nah, that didn't look any better. And that's getting noisy. Well, there's so much reflectivity going on out there because of the intense rain, it's going to be hard to see. Do we have a radar off to, it's got to be one around New Orleans. Yeah, let's go to Slidell. Let's try that and see what happens. Okay, this is a little better look, especially down here south of Marsh Island. Looks like we got a tornado developing down here. See the red and the greens touching one another right there. But the velocity, the wind velocity overall is so great, swirling around that hurricane, it's hard to pick out. All right, maybe right there. See the dark? Ordinarily we look for green and reds to touch. But this is where the computer says the tornado is, and you can see we have light red, and, well, now there's an update, and you don't see it anymore. But anyway, not a good look to try to pick out a tornado in all this, unfortunately. I was hoping it would be a lot easier to see. But those guys and gals at the National Weather Service know what they're doing, so we'll pay attention to what they're saying. And I'll take that off, and we're going to go back to the composite. Should be getting ugly in Lake Charles. Let's go look at the, I promise you I'm going to take a break here in just a second. Let me go back to the, let's see, where'd he go? All right, that's downtown Lake Charles, and so that's what I'm going to leave you with while I take a break. It's 9:48 Central, coming up on 10 p.m. Central, as we're watching Category 4 Hurricane Laura approach southern Louisiana on Dr. Don's weather page. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Y'all don't go anywhere. right, good evening to you wherever you're watching us tonight, whether it's in Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, Australia, Egypt, wherever you may be. We welcome you in. We've got viewers in here from all those places I just mentioned tonight, Georgia included. Just got the latest from the National Hurricane Center, and so we're going to take that live, and we will read this together. Extremely dangerous Hurricane Laura closing in on the northwest Gulf Coast. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected tonight and early on Thursday morning. Here's the latest coordinates from the National Hurricane Center. Location is 29.0 north or 92.2 west, about 75 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. 75 miles southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained winds are still at 150 miles per hour. Present movement is north-northwest at about 15 miles per hour. The minimum central pressure is 939 millibars, or 27.73 inches of mercury. A storm surge warning means that there's a danger of life-threatening inundation from rising water moving inland from the coastline in the indicated locations. We know that's going to be around Cameron, Louisiana. At 10 o'clock, here's the discussion. That's what I was looking for. At 10 o'clock, the center of Hurricane Laura was located, again, near latitude 29 north or longitude 93.2 west. Laura is moving toward the north-northwest near 15 miles per hour. A turn to the north is expected by early Thursday, and a northward motion should continue through the day. A northeastward to east-northeastward motion is expected Thursday night and on Friday. On the forecast track, Laura will make landfall along the southwest Louisiana coast within the next few hours and move inland within that area early on Thursday. The center of Laura is forecast to move over northwestern Louisiana on Thursday, across Arkansas Thursday night, and over the middle Mississippi Valley on Friday, primarily across southern Kentucky. Maximum sustained winds are near 150 miles per hour with higher gusts. No significant change in strength is likely before landfall. Rapid weakening is expected after Laura moves inland. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 60 miles. From the center of tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 205 miles. So Lake Charles should start getting the hurricane force winds within the next 30 to 45 minutes. And tropical storm force winds extend out 205 miles from the center. Sustained wind of 43 miles per hour and a gust of 49 miles per hour were recently reported by a National Ocean Service station at Texas Point, Texas. And a wind gust of 58 miles per hour was recently reported at Cameron, Louisiana. The minimum central pressure estimated from Air Force and NOAA Hunter aircraft observations, 939 millibars. That's pretty low. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Let me just go back and a couple of things we'll look at here together. Let's put the forecast. There's the full forecast. All right, so let me move this over just a little bit. We're doing all this live, so sometimes things get a little out of center, but that looks a little bit better for you right there. So at 10 p.m., if you look real close, you'll see an X down here. That's where the center of the hurricane is currently located. And I'll go back to the radar in just a few moments. We'll also go look at our live cameras down there in just a bit as well. And show you what we're looking at. Just bear with me. I'm doing a few things offline here. Boy, bandwidth is getting a little crazy. I think everybody's on the internet tonight. But anyway, here we go. This is the track as the hurricane is about to make landfall. It will remain a hurricane up the Texas-Louisiana state line for a couple of hours, and then should drop below hurricane strength fairly rapidly by about 7 p.m. on Thursday. Should be up in south central Arkansas. By 7 a.m. Friday, should be in northeast Arkansas. So things have slowed down a little bit. By 7 p.m. Friday, should be straddling the Tennessee-Kentucky state line over there in southwest Kentucky. And then by 7 a.m. Saturday, from 7 p.m. Friday night through 7 a.m. Saturday morning, she's going to pick up forward motion fairly rapidly. So that's good for Alabama and Georgia because she should still be pulling moisture up off the Gulf of Mexico. And the quicker she gets on off to the east, the quicker that rain will get out of here. So we probably will see showers and thunderstorms across Alabama. Probably West Alabama on Friday evening, if I had to guess. And then East Alabama, West Georgia, probably more like a midnight to 6 a.m. time frame Saturday. Northeast Georgia, probably about the same timing. And then by about noon on Saturday, I would think that the majority of the showers and thunderstorms across Alabama and Georgia should move on up into South Carolina and North Carolina. And then by 7 p.m. Saturday, should be off the coast of Virginia, just south of Pennsylvania, and back out into the open waters of the Atlantic. So there's your latest graphic from the National Hurricane Center, just issued just a few moments ago. Let's see if there's... Let's look at the rainfall potential. Now, understand this doesn't necessarily take into account what's going to happen Friday night into Saturday morning for our area. They'll update this as the storm evolves. But that track that you're looking at right now, pretty much a good bet that these areas will see this type of rainfall. And we're talking 6 to 10 inches across western Louisiana, eastern Texas, and maybe 10, 11, 12 inches of rain right there where this thing is going to make landfall in the next couple of hours around Cameron, Louisiana. All right, so let's go back to our camera. This is I-10 and Ryan Street in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Still watching that speed limit sign down there to see what kind of wind we may be dealing with. And it looks like it's moving around pretty good right now. Yeah, just bear with me. I'm doing some things offline here. Okay. All right, had to take care of a little business there for just a second. So let's go back to the Calcasieu Bridge in Lake Charles, because, yeah, there we go. And this is going to give us a good indication of, and it does look like that the wind may be changing directions right here a little bit, because earlier the water was clearly racing to the left which was the hurricane pulling the river back out into the ocean. And as the storm gets close to making landfall, it looks like the water's not moving to the left anymore. It looks like it's pretty much stationary. You can see some waves breaking right there on the edge. And what we'll look for right here is for this water level to rise, and eventually it will start moving back to the right. So that'll be a good one to watch right there. I'm going to take you back over to the radar in just a second. For some reason, we're really struggling. Clear everything out and try it again. Okay, we're going to have to restart that. So let me take that down. Just bear with me a second or two here. Well, that didn't make any difference either. Okay, we're just going to have to go with a different look here for just a minute until we can figure out why. And I think it may not be an issue on my end. May be more of a weather service thing. But anyway, let's go show you the radar. And there's the latest. And I'm going to stop it on that last loop. And you can see the eye wall still moving off to the northwest. I think the right side eye wall will at least brush Cameron, if not come right over Cameron, Louisiana. And all those red triangles up there, that's those are all tornado warnings. Again, if you're watching us this evening, we are watching live and in living color Hurricane Laura making landfall in southern Louisiana near Cameron, Louisiana. This is Dr. Don with Dr. Don's weather page. We broadcast on Facebook, multiple pages and groups on Facebook. We also broadcast to YouTube, Periscope, and our weather page, drdonwx.com. We primarily cover East Alabama and West Georgia, but when we have historic weather events such as a catastrophic Category 4 hurricane making landfall anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico or on the Atlantic side, we cover that as well. We welcome those of you around the world that may be watching us this evening. We've already had folks in here from Australia, from Egypt. We've had several viewers over in Texas, up in Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, and we thank you and welcome you to our program. And if you are watching us, please at least comment and let us know where you're watching from. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, by all means, post those as well. And yeah, we've been known to get off topic a little bit, so if you have weather questions in general, now's a good time to post them. I'm watching the chat room, and we're just going to kind of sit here and drink coffee and chit-chat about what we're looking at and take a look at some weather data and some of the live cameras around Texas and Louisiana. This is a picture-in-picture shot here, and unfortunately some of the cameras we've lost since sunset. That one up there in the upper middle is Galveston Bay, and it froze up on us right before sunset and hasn't come back yet. Now that one on the right is also East Galveston Bay. Well, let's see. I don't want to tell you a story. Let's see which one that is. That is East Galveston Bay, upper right-hand corner. It is live. That area should be spared tremendously from the storm, but you can see that we got some whitecaps out there, so the water's not as tranquil as it was earlier. And we were seeing some flashes of lightning off in the distance too, but I don't see much of that going on right now either. The one right in the middle is East Beach Galveston. That's the one that's froze up on us. Upper left-hand corner is I-10 at Louisiana 27. That's in Lake Charles. And then the one lower right-hand corner is the Calcasieu Bridge in Lake Charles going over the river. The lower left-hand corner is the I-10 at Ruth Street in Lake Charles, and it appears to be frozen at the moment also. Maybe not. It's live. There's just nothing happening right there. There's no traffic at all. That's a good sign. And then that one on the bottom in the middle is I-10 at Ryan Street in Lake Charles, and you can really see some wind and rain going on there. Let's go take that one. And they should be getting into the higher winds now, and it's going to last for several hours. Keith Clark in Port Allen on storm duty. Well, welcome, Keith Clark. Good to have you at Port Allen in Louisiana. All right, Keith, I can certainly go look it up, but it'd be quicker if you'll just tell me generally where is that? Are you south of Lafayette? Are you back toward Cameron, Lake Charles, back toward New Orleans? Tell me where Port Allen, Louisiana is, if you don't mind. And while he's doing that, the National Weather Service at Lake Charles has issued 2 tornado warnings. The first one is radar indicated for Cameron, Louisiana. At 10:05 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles southeast of Rockefeller Wildlife Range, moving northwest at 85 miles per hour. That's just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And then at 11:13, the National Weather Service at Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning for Calcasieu, Cameron, Jefferson Davis, Louisiana, at 10:45 p.m. Central until 10:45 p.m. Central. At 10:12, a band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located near Lowry, or 8 miles southwest of Klondike, moving northwest at around 55 miles per hour. All right, so Keith tells me that Port Allen is 1 hour from Lake Charles. Okay, is that north, south, east, or west? I'm assuming, well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he'll tell us here. Not sure the direction. Okay. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll find you. How about that? Let's see here. Hey, Siri. Show me Port Allen, Louisiana.
Here's Port Allen.
Well, it's 8 hours and 33 minutes from where I'm at. Port Allen. That's Baton Rouge. Yeah, it's Baton Rouge. Okay. All right, so Keith is up here. Keith is exactly 154 miles north and east from the center of Hurricane Laura. So, Keith, you're 154.3 miles to be exact from the center of the storm. And the storm is moving to the north-northwest. So, you're in pretty good shape up there in Baton Rouge, other than the threat of tornadoes. You're certainly not going to see the hurricane force winds that are surrounding the eye wall of the storm. But you do have these outer feeder bands that have been rotating on the outer edges of the storm all afternoon. And as we, boy, that live shot's really getting wild right there. I mean, look at that sign down there. It is moving. Let me go back to the Southern Union State Community College Doppler HD radar for Keith, who is up here around Baton Rouge. And Port Allen, there it is right there. I think I said Port Arthur a while ago. I'm sorry about that. Port Allen is on the radar. It's on the map right here, just west of downtown Baton Rouge. Right now, you're good. The heavier storms are to your north and east, and they're moving off to the northwest over there around Denham Springs, Baker, Zachary. And any of those storms up there could go tornadic at any moment, though that outer feeder band has calmed down a little bit over the last 30 or 40 minutes. Hadn't seen many tornado warnings up there. But, Keith, you do have more weather down to your south that may swing up there around your location. And this stuff down here, near La Place. I know I'm not putting the French spin on it like I should. Lutcher, that stuff will eventually move up there toward Baton Rouge. So you'll have storms from time to time, but you're nowhere near where the really bad stuff's going to be taking place. That's cool, Keith. I appreciate you being in here, buddy. Yeah, I think you can. I think you can sleep, especially if you have a good source of weather information like a weather radio or a good app on your phone that's going to wake you up in case there's a tornado warning issued for your area. That's the only threat that you're going to have, I think. It's going to be breezy, and you're going to have showers from time to time. But the biggest threat you'll have where you are, Keith, will be these tornadoes that could possibly be in some of the outer feeder bands. So, yeah, you're not going to have to worry about flooding up there. Unless you're in a real low-lying area, I guess there could be that chance of flash flooding. But the heavier rains and the hurricane-type weather is going to be well off to your southwest. Your biggest threat could possibly be a quick spin-up tornado. So as long as you've got a good way of receiving a tornado warning for your area, then heck yeah, man, grab you some Z's. It does my heart good to know we got folks in Louisiana in the general area of the hurricane that's watching our coverage tonight. That's good stuff. Thank you, Keith. And everybody else that's in the room with us tonight, if nothing else, please tell me where you're watching from. If you're just joining us, the Lone Star State of Texas is represented tonight. The volunteer state of Tennessee. Of course, the great state of Alabama and Georgia. We have had folks in here tonight from Australia and Egypt. There comes the great state of Georgia. Hey, Nikki. And for those of you that don't know, I'm also in the great state of Georgia. I'm up in the northeast Georgia mountains. Spent 22 years of my life, though, in a place called Roanoke, Alabama. Likes about 8 miles of being in the state of Georgia. And most of those 22 years, I was in broadcast radio, so lots of folks follow me still in East Alabama and West Georgia. And because of the fact that those fine folks are out there in the middle of no man's land when it comes to weather coverage, because Birmingham, their options are Birmingham or Atlanta. And both of those television markets have responsibility to the viewers in their market. And so wall-to-wall severe weather coverage for East Alabama and sometimes West Georgia is non-existent from either Birmingham or Atlanta television. So that's where I come in. With modern technology the way it is, it's now possible for us to give you the weather coverage that you so deserve and need. And so this is what we do. We've been doing live Facebook and social media now for over a year. Have covered several severe weather outbreaks. And, now we're talking hurricane tonight. This is a very informal chit-chat type thing that we do from time to time. And this is where I really like to have fun, because I can answer your questions. It's not, this is very informal. This is my favorite thing to do. All right, Chance. Let's see here. Yeah, so Chance I think he's asking me about the rain that we may see across East Alabama and West Georgia. And I say may because there's still a lot of question about that. If we get anything directly off of Laura, it would be most likely Friday afternoon, Friday night, early Saturday morning into Saturday morning. And that would be in the form of squall lines that will be rotating from the Gulf of Mexico up across Alabama and Georgia, up across Tennessee, and wrapping around what's left of Laura as she moves from west to east across Kentucky. It won't be all-day sot-in rain, as my granddaddy used to call it. It'll be more of a scattered shower and thunderstorm type thing. And there's an outside chance we could see some heavy to marginally severe storms, but that's more of an outlier at this point. We'll just have to see. It depends on what's left of Laura at that time, how fast Laura's moving, and how much moisture she's still tapping into off the Gulf of Mexico. So there are a lot of variables there that could alter that possibility one way or the other. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. But that option is on the table. It's possible. We could see some stuff Friday night or Saturday. All right, so I'm about to see if I can switch over. Okay, that's a little better look right there. This is local radar out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and I hope that it stays up. But that's a little better look at the storm making its final approach to the southwest corner of the state of Louisiana. All right, here's a new tornado warning. Radar indicated for Iberia, Vermilion, Louisiana. 11 p.m. it's in effect until 11 p.m. At 10:25, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 13 miles south Cypermont Point. I'm sure I butchered that. Moving northwest at around 55 miles per hour. So that's a tornado warning for New Iberia. That's going to be back off to the east, I think. Let me zoom in on that. Yeah. There's New Iberia up there. Your tornado warning is down here. And it'll be moving in this general direction. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, just about every area from just southwest of Franklin, Louisiana, all the way up to Lake Charles. Just about in south of I-10 all the way to the coast is under a tornado warning right now. And that's for this outer feeder band. This is the eye wall down here. All this stuff up here is the outer feeder bands of the storm. So they're pretty much just issuing a blanket tornado warning for all of these counties south of I-10. Basically from Lake Charles back to Lafayette, New Iberia, down to around Marsh Island. All right, so Sharon says she has a problem with her. Are you talking about your weather radio, Sharon? I'm assuming you are. And so what's the problem? Maybe I can help you with that. All right, so we go back to Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is the camera that we've been watching all afternoon and all night. This is the intersection of Interstate I-10 and Ryan Street in Lake Charles. And that joker is rocking. All right, so here's a report from a spotter in Lake Charles. This is unconfirmed, but this spotter via the spotter network is reporting a funnel cloud 2 miles northeast of Lake Charles, Louisiana. No, he is 2 miles northeast of Lake Charles. The funnel cloud is just south of that position. All right, so now we're getting, let's go back over here to this one. The gauge at this location just recorded a gust of 70 miles per hour. Just shocked that that bridge is still open for traffic. And you can see, if you look in the lower right hand corner down there, you can see the spray in that light down there. And that must be some type of public safety vehicle there, because it's got lights on top of it. Caution lights, maybe. But in this general vicinity, they've just recorded a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. New tornado warning, or actually this is a continuation of the one I read to you just a few moments ago. Yeah, that shaking that you see is the wind shaking the camera. It's pretty crazy. Okay, so you've got new batteries in your weather radio, but it still won't do anything. Is that the case when it's plugged up? What's the model number of your radio? And if it's just battery operated, that's one thing. But if you can plug it up, do that and see what you get. Look at those cars when they get to the top of that bridge. I mean, they are putting on the brakes. You couldn't pay me to drive across that bridge right now. I mean, they're just asking to get blown off in the river. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Folks, you hear me say this all the time, but this is where you have to start using your noggin. God gave you a brain for a reason. And I just don't understand anybody attempting to drive across this bridge now. You get a wind gust on top of that bridge at 70 miles per hour and you're going fishing whether you want to or not. Here's all of our cameras. Upper right-hand corner up there is our East Galveston Bay camera, and you can see the wind has really picked up there. Got a lot of white caps out there. That's probably about as bad as it's going to get in Galveston, though. That center camera is also Galveston, but it has frozen up on us. And yeah, it's back now. That's Ryan Street, and the camera on the Calcasieu Bridge seems to be our two best looks at what's going on. And both of those are in Lake Charles. And we've got some really high reflectivities coming into Lake Charles now. So as bad as it looks in Lake Charles right now, it's about to get worse. I'm going to try to do something here. Let's see if we can make this work. You have heard me talk before about Mike's weather page. Mike specializes in tropical weather. And he is doing live coverage tonight. And you know, my specialty is severe weather across Alabama and Georgia. But Mike's pretty good at where did he go? Where'd you go, Mike? There you go. trying to get him up here so we can check in with him and see what he is talking about. I'm having to do some adjustments here, so bear with me just a bit so I can get him in here. All right, we're gonna jump over here and take Mike's feed.
You know, this thing ticking just a tick to the east a little bit, you know, there's a chance that might not get much at all. I mean, you get something. You're still tropical storm warnings. All right, so let's go. Let's go back here. There's Reed Timmer. He'll be live.
All right, folks, you're watching Mike's weather page. We're going to leave this up for a few minutes to kind of see what he's talking about, and I'll be back with you in just a few minutes on Dr. Don's weather page.
It really has people on there or not. Couple. There's a couple. Michael Gibble. So these are linked right here. You can see them underneath the so where the tornado map is, or the Storm Prediction Center, right here, Storm Chasers. So there's another site if you want to check it out. Cool. All right, so we'll keep it on here. Live Storm Chasers, and we should hook them up with one of our sponsors here, Liquid Glass Guard. Hint, hint. Right here. Look at that. Liquid Glass Guard. Official glass guard of Live Storm Chasers. No. It'd be cool if you could storm chase without the windshield wipers running. Hey, what's up, Ann? You're welcome. Thank you. 150 mile an hour, 939. Yep. Next advisory at 1. I think they're updating every hour now. So Levi's saying it could be, you know, and here's a direct link too, so you can pull it up on our Live Storm Chaser if you guys want to share it. Definitely share it. In fact, you know, I'll share it on my page. So since he's letting me share it, I'll share it on our page. I added Storm Chaser links to the site. One here, check. There we go. So let me put my website on there, and then that way he'll get the views on that. So when I share his site, then then the views will come up. So hopefully we'll see this number jump now. Oh, there's your Shelly. Showing me one of the cameras is gone. She's sending me links. All right, what else we got? I keep clicking, man. We're just waiting. Here's an update from National Hurricane Center. Let's listen to this one. This is only this is 5 minutes long. So let me mute the NOAA here. Let's listen to the Hurricane Center and let's see what he had to say. What's going on?
Welcome back to the National Hurricane Center. This is Ken Graham out in our operations area. Still lots of coordination going on behind me to start looking at the latest information, looking at the data to give you updates. We're going to start off here. The winds, the latest information we have, still 150 mile an hour wind. So just an extremely powerful hurricane. Pressure 939 millibars. We're about 60 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. So Dennis, we're going to start with the radar here. You can see this eye, very pronounced eye, and that strong convection right around the center. That eye wall convection is where you start seeing those strong hurricane force winds just battering anything that gets in its way, basically. All that water coming northward, the rainfall. And I think something that we've been talking about the last time that we were doing the live broadcast is we're looking at those rain bands. And you start looking at not just around the eye wall, but look at this one here. You start seeing this large rain band. You can see some others embedded in here. These rain bands are extremely strong. So anybody watching in these areas along the Louisiana coast, I mean, it is too dangerous to be outside. I hope you're not there. I hope you evacuated. But anywhere in here, there's going to be incredibly strong winds. Could be some embedded tornadoes in here. Definitely some tropical storm force winds and even hurricane force wind gusts far out from the center. So you can start seeing how close we are to the coastline. I'm going to outline it just to show it there. That's the coastline of Louisiana. Here's our center, getting ever so close to part of that eye wall getting on shore. So we're going to be watching that real close. Here is the latest forecast that we have. Again, tropical storm force winds stretching out pretty far from the center. In fact, several hundred miles from the actual center, but hurricane force winds mainly in the quadrant this direction to the northeast, about 60 miles we're seeing there. So very strong winds with this eye wall. Something else that I think is important, Dennis, it's actually worth me going back because this is the best way to illustrate it. So listen, it's really important. If you see this eye wall here, as we progress along the forecast into Louisiana or the upper Texas coast, hopefully you're not there, but if you are, you get the eye wall, it'll be calm. But remember, on the other side, even if we keep going forward, you're still going to have, even northward this eye wall, you still got the back edge of that eye wall. So just because it goes calm right over you for a little bit, you're still going to have a second round. So I definitely wanted to go back and cover that. So one thing we got to think about here is the rainfall. Remember, our track continues to move into Arkansas with time over the next few days, and then eventually into portions of Tennessee and even Kentucky. But the rainfall, just dangerous amounts of rainfall anywhere in here. You can get 5 to 10 inches of rain, especially right around the core, right around the path, the center, and even to the right-hand side. Especially, you're going to see some of those rain bands there, and some places could get 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. So incredibly dangerous situation. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. And it's not just the coast.
Drop the camera.
We're going to stretch inland. So look at these. So take that rainfall. We showed you the rainfall, 7 p.m. Thursday, still a tropical storm into Arkansas. And even by Friday morning, still could see some tropical storm force winds. So all that rain plus those winds, you can see trees down, power lines down, and you can see those dangerous conditions all the way through portions of East Texas, Louisiana, and even into Arkansas. So let's look at some of the dangers associated with the storm surge. We've been talking about how dangerous this situation is. Let's go over some of the numbers. I mean, you're talking large amounts of storm surge. Galveston Bay, 2 to 4 foot. But watch what happens. We talked about that center. So let's talk about where that center is right there. You're going to see areas of 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. Even going to Intercoastal City, anywhere in here, 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. And from Johnson Bayou to Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, 15 to 20 foot of storm surge is dangerous. That even includes Calcasieu Lake and northward. So look at, you actually look at the inundation map here. I think the best way we've been doing it today, and the feedback that we got, it was a great way to illustrate it, is to draw I-10 just through Lake Charles and then all over to Lafayette. And if you think about this, you know, any of the areas here that you see in red, greater than 9 foot of storm surge. So just a dangerous situation. And remember, we were talking about that 10 to 15 and that 15 to 20. There's waves on top of it, destructive waves on top of it, and that's even that could damage buildings. That can actually destroy buildings. That's how powerful the storm surge is. And looking at I-10, some of the storm surge can get well north of I-10, Calcasieu River Basin. You can see some of that. So, you know, we've talked about it before. Every one of these bayous, these canals,
the camera guy's
supposed
drinking.
to drain the water.
He's a drunk
the surge
donkey.
comes in dangerous situations, so you got to be in your safe place. This has been the latest update on Hurricane Laura here at the National Hurricane Center.
That poor guy, that poor cameraman. He must have a gimbal that kept losing Bluetooth. Show me one of the cameras is gone. And they're on talking again. Gotta hit stop there. I can't have too many videos going. Okay. All right, so let's go back to Twitter and let's see what's going on. There's our storm inching in. The big stuff is getting close. Most of the storm chasers are in Lake Charles. I don't know if we got anybody on the coast. Cameraman was drunk. He dropped 3 different times. He dropped the camera. That was one of those gimbals that I've used them. They link to your phone. Maybe it kept losing Bluetooth or something. Yeah, this old school radar, Whitney. This is out of the National Weather Service. You know, it'd be nice if they had a little higher resolution. Yeah, Tyler, I'm hanging, man. I just need you guys to call me at 5:45 so I can get my kid to school. Yeah, I don't know about the bridges. You know, a lot of those surge predictions were showing lots of Lake Charles underwater. We just waiting. We're watching and waiting to see now. I mean, we're already starting to see certain. Here's an interesting graphic. Well, widespread flash flooding. We know that, obviously. I'll retweet it though. Lake Charles gusting over 60 mile an hour. Multiple tornado warnings. I haven't seen 28 storms in a while. I used to follow them. They used to post a lot more. They're posting some. It seemed like in the past they used to post more. So tornadoes are the story. Yes, tornadoes. We're gonna have them all night. Doppler indicated. Here's Stephanie Abrams.
Here's what you have to worry about. You get that northern eye wall. That starts to weaken everything and, of course, will rip some stuff apart. And then that second eye wall will be even worse. Because
there's a golden
that
nugget.
will then
Golden nugget.
have everything flying twice as bad because you've weakened everything with that first eye wall.
What's wrong with Cantori?
You'll get that
What's he
eye
ticked off
to
about?
whoever gets it.
I'd like to know that one. What's up, Ruth? Why is Cantori power's out? Yep, 940 millibar, 150 pressure. I think the pressure is hanging on. Cantori's pissed that people stayed. Wow.
All right, so while I was on break there, you were watching Mike's weather page. Pretty good coverage. He has a huge following across the United States. He specializes in tropical storms, and so I thought I'd show you a little bit of that. He does a really good job. Very laid back, kind of like what we do here on Dr. Don's weather page. Of course, we specialize more in severe weather than tropical weather, but sometimes we have to deal with tropical weather as well. So what you're looking at now is the bridge over Calcasieu River in Lake Charles, and we have lost that feed, which I am not at all surprised. Let me see if there's any way we can get that to come back. And no, it is frozen. Went down at 10:35. Well, here it comes. It's trying. I can assure you that there are so many people trying to watch this feed right now. It's going to be hard to keep that up. All right, so I am going to see if we can find some storm chasers. And we've got to take some of those live feeds. If you're just joining us, you're watching Dr. Don's weather page. We cover primarily East Alabama and West Georgia, but in times of severe weather, we will cover it regardless of where it's at. And this is certainly a bad situation unfolding down in Louisiana. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get us some storm chasers, and so that audio was very annoying. All right, here's one. Let me take the internet computer. And just bear with me. I'm having to move things around on the fly. And can we go full screen with that? I don't see no way of doing it, but we can do something a little different here. There we go. That looks a little better. Boom. Disclaimer there, not for television broadcast. We're not TV, so we are good to go. And there you go. Let's see if we can figure out where this is now. This is in Lake Charles. This is Lake Charles, Louisiana. And of course it froze on us. Let's see if we can get it back. Yep, still acting not very nice. Let me bring Let's see if we can bring our studio camera in this mix. Yeah. Okay, we're going to have to do some stuff here to that. And just bear with me, folks. We're doing live production here. Just about ready. Okay. Good evening. Hanging out with you down there in the lower left-hand corner. Dr. Don with you. And let me see if we can make some adjustments here where my head doesn't look quite as big. I mean, it's big, but that's a little better. There we go. All right, so that camera is frozen on us. Let's see if we can get it back live. Yeah, that's not going to work either. Okay. All right, let's try. To see if we can find another camera. Boy, they do not make this very user-friendly. Bear with me. Let's see if this guy down here on the north end of the lake will pop in. Okay. Maybe you're right there. Let's see what this does. Okay, that seems to be live. Folks, if you're watching us this evening, how about jumping in there in that comment box and tell us where you're watching from so we know that you are with us. Give credit to Server Studios Zoom Radar Storm Chasers. Give them credit for this because that's where the video is coming from. We are not television, so that disclaimer does not apply to us. And we're just kind of looking around the internet, looking at different things. This is going to be in the Lake Charles area. You can see that was power flashes you see in the background. That's a power flash. That's not lightning. So those are transformers blowing off in the distance. There's no audio on this one. I was hoping maybe he was giving us some type of commentary of what he was looking at, but there's no audio on this one. So let's go take the radar. I'm sorry, folks. I know y'all probably get tired of hearing that music in the background, but I'm an old radio guy. And if it's quiet like that and there's nothing happening, I freak out. It comes from years of being in radio. So I have to have a little music in the background. Let me work on something here. Yeah, it looks a little better. Trying to get that chroma key just right. All right, we got Minnie. Minnie is watching us from Cedar Park, Texas. Jason Hood is here from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Hey, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Hang in there, good buddy, because y'all got some weather coming your way. Cedar Park, Texas. Hey, Siri. Show me Cedar Park, Texas.
Okay, here's Cedar Park.
All right, we're looking at Cedar Park, Texas. Cedar Park, Texas. There you are. And so Cedar Park is north of Austin. Austin, Texas. In the house. And so Austin, Texas is way over here, right up under so the Southern Union logo. So Cedar Park, you are well removed from this storm. Should not affect your weather at all. As a matter of fact, you'll probably have a little better weather than usual because of this storm. But welcome, Minnie, from the Austin, Texas area. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Back to Fayetteville. That's Jason Hood. And so, Jason, let's talk a minute there, bud. Chance, play some country music. You have no idea how much I would love to play some country music, Chance, but because of licensing, you can't do it. I'd love to be playing some Brooks and Dunn about right now. Trust me. Some Earl Haggard, George Jones. I sure would, but I can't do it. Oh, I can, but it's rather expensive. All right, Jason is in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Let's talk about you a minute there, Jason. You're up here in the northwest corner of the state of Arkansas. And, well, I'll tell you what we can do. Let's go to our future cast radar. Let me pop me in there. Here's our Futurecast radar. And it's going to go up there through the northwest part of Louisiana and then somewhere a little bit north of Hope, Arkansas. We should start to turn back to the east, northeast, and it's going to come close to Fayetteville. But I think you may stay just on the left side of the center of circulation. You're going to have some weather up here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Go Hogs. Don't let me fool you. I'm an Auburn fan. But I'll say go Hogs for you. I certainly will. He's up here in the northwest corner of the state of Arkansas. We think what's left of the hurricane is going to probably turn somewhere around Little Rock, or maybe a little bit to the left of Little Rock, between Little Rock and Fayetteville, and then end up here around north of Memphis. Let me zoom out so we can see where we are here. Maybe come in to extreme southwest Kentucky, move close to Bowling Green, between Bowling Green and Elizabethtown, and then move across the state of Kentucky. And when it gets up there in Kentucky, that's when it could affect the weather here in East Alabama and West Georgia, pulling that moisture in off the Gulf of Mexico. And I know that you guys are trying to figure out why I'm looking in that direction. That's where my radar screen's at, so apologize for that. I got to remember. Kind of looks strange. All right, so I got to look up here to look at the radar. Maybe we should do this. Let's magically move to the other side of the screen. Now, when I look at the radar, it appears I'm looking at the radar. Okay. That's got my better side anyway. I have to take one. This is also an old radio thing. You have to take one ear off so you can hear what's going on in the room. It's just the way I've done it for 100 years. All right, let's go back to our cameras in Lake Charles. And we're looking at, this is Calcasieu River. And we've still got traffic going across that bridge. That's amazing to me. All right, so Jason, that's cool, Jason. Jason is a member of the Arkansas Task, our task, I guess, Force One, on standby, but staging in their state. We have a little something in common there, Jason. I am an emergency manager in the state of Georgia. I work with our National Guard quite often. And we appreciate what you guys are doing. We appreciate you being on standby to assist your neighboring state of Louisiana. And unfortunately, I'm afraid that they are going to need all the assistance they can get, especially around Cameron and back over to Beaumont, Texas. It's just going to be horrendous, I'm afraid, when the sun comes up tomorrow morning on what we're gonna find down there. So we appreciate you. And off camera, I am looking at some different storm chaser video. As soon as I find something interesting, I'll cut to it. Somehow or another, I got way over around Dallas, Texas. Let's get back over here where the hurricane's at. I'm just not sure what the deal is here with this website. All right, we're going to go try something different because that one is really difficult to operate. All right. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. We're getting somewhere now. I'll bear with me while I center things up so you can see it. This is Brad Arnold. He is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And let's take that shot right there. It's a good one. Now I want you to look at the wind blowing in the background. You can see it coming across that, is that a parking lot or a swimming pool? Oh, it's a dock, I think. Yeah. Lots of wind there too. Yes, Jason, that is Lake Charles. Lake Charles, Louisiana. All right, let's just look at a couple of other ones right quick. This is Brett Adair in Lake Charles, Louisiana. You may remember that name. Brett does some good work during hurricanes. Boop. Let's move me over. It's 11:16 Central on Dr. Don's weather page as we continue to watch a catastrophic event unfold in Louisiana and extreme eastern Texas. This is called Hurricane Laura. 150 mile per hour sustained winds, Category 4 hurricane, bearing down on Cameron, Louisiana. And we're just surfing the internet, looking at different video feeds that are out there. If you are watching us this evening, please tell us where you're watching from. If you have any questions, if there's a particular area you want us to look at, by all means, please tell us, and we certainly will. We've had folks all across the world watching us tonight. We had viewers in multiple locations in Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. We've even had some folks from across the pond. Australia was in here earlier. Queensland, Australia, to be exact. And we had some folks in here from Egypt earlier this evening watching Dr. Don's weather page. That's the beauty part about doing this. You can, doesn't matter where you are. As long as you have internet, you can watch us. And folks, if you'd like to help us out, we certainly appreciate anything you can do to help us. I'm going to put it in the comments. If there's anything you can do to help us out, we would like for you to click on that link right there. Anything you can do is greatly appreciated. You be safe, Jason. Thank you for your service and what you do for our country. Thank you for stopping by and chatting with us tonight on Dr. Don's weather page. Please bookmark it. Follow us on Facebook. And anytime there's any type of severe weather across the southeastern United States, you can check back right here. We'll be on live. You have a fantastic rest of your evening, and Godspeed, my friend. We're watching a live camera in Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is coming from Brett Adair as he's riding through the Lake Charles area. And if you've been paying attention, you can see those trees really swaying in that wind, and the height of the wind really hasn't even made it to Lake Charles just yet. I'm going to take you back over to Calcasieu Bridge. We've been watching all night, and there goes somebody else crossing that bridge. Folks, let me say this too. I just saw a flash. That was a electrical flash. You see, he's got his hazard lights on. That's illegal. You're not supposed to have your hazards on while you're moving. That does you no good whatsoever. I mean, see, this guy's getting to the top of the bridge up there, and he's stopped. I wouldn't cross that bridge. You could not pay me to go across that bridge right now. I mean, you get one of these 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and over the edge you go. And thank goodness it looks like he made it. That's just crazy. But this is one of the shots we've been watching pretty close all night. And you can see it's getting pretty rough down there. Please tell us where you're watching from. Give us the name of your town. If it's a itty-bitty place, give us a reference of what it's close to. So we can call you out, give you a shout out. And my iPhone is dead, and I keep unplugging it. So I'm going to put it over there where I won't keep hitting it. Here comes another car across the bridge. We probably have sustained 40 to 45 mile an hour winds here now. But I'm about to show you on radar. It's fixing to get ugly right here. That was a big truck came across that bridge. Let's go back to the Southern Union State Community College live HD radar. And I want to show you. That's about as classic a look at a hurricane as you'll ever want to see. This thing had no dry air wrap into it at all today. It just bombed when it got within about 100 miles of the coast. Went up to Category 4, strong Category 4. 150 mile an hour sustained. Category 5 starts at 157 miles per hour. So this is serious. This is as serious as you'll see. And these type hurricanes only come along ever so often, and that's a good thing. But this will rival Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Andrew. You remember the bad ones over the years. This is going to be in the record books right up there with those two that I just mentioned when it's all said and done. The difference I think we're going to have here, storm surge is going to be unbelievable. And we're just not seeing anything out of Cameron, Louisiana now. And my guess is we have probably lost all communications with Cameron. And I'm just, bear with me. As I try to get my National Weather Service feed back up. Lost it too for some reason. But not seeing anything coming out of Cameron. They're approaching that 150 mile per hour wind now. Beverly's asking a question about Eden, Texas. Are they in serious danger? Hey, Siri. Show me Eden, Texas.
Here's Eden.
Okay. Let's see here. Eden is south of Abilene and north of Austin. No. Eden is fine. Let me show you Eden on the map. All right, so here's Abilene up here. And Eden is between Abilene and Brady. Let's see if it'll populate. Winters, that should be awfully close. Ballinger should be close. Tuscola. Yeah. I don't believe it's going to populate on the map, but it's south of Abilene. And that's well outside of the... It's between Abilene and I-10. About halfway in between. San Angelo would be close to Eden. And you can see that the hurricane is hundreds of miles away, and it's going to turn up to the north and ride right along the Texas, Louisiana coast, and then turn back across Kentucky. So, yeah, no issues out there, Miss Beverly. They should be fine. Eden. What did I say? Yeah, Eden, Texas. Edna. Okay, that makes a difference. Hey, Siri. Show me Edna, Texas.
Okay, here's Edna.
Okay, that's southwest of Houston. Okay, so a little closer, but still out of the danger zone. Let's go in right here. See if it'll populate now that we are pronouncing it correctly. And Siri has been so kind. Yeah, I don't see it populating, but it is southwest. It's between Houston and Victoria. Let's see if Victoria will show. Yeah, there's Victoria. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right there. And so it's down here around Victoria. Hurricane is up here probably about 100 miles away. And again, it's going north. So that area will be perfectly fine, Miss Beverly. Brother should be okay. Let's see. We got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center. And that's just an update of the advisories and warnings. It really doesn't give us any information. Let me go back over to the Lake Charles Weather Service. That'll take just a second to load. All right, let's zoom back in on our storm. And again, you can see that just about every parish along the coastline in Louisiana is now under a tornado warning, including Cameron. The outer edges of the eye wall now beginning to touch Cameron, Louisiana. The center of circulation is, come on, work for me, here we go. About 29 miles from Cameron, Louisiana. The eye wall itself, the edge of the eye wall is about 15 miles south of Cameron, Louisiana. The edge of the inner edge of the eye wall is about 43 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. The outer edge of where the hurricane force winds would be located about 31 miles due south of Lake Charles, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Again, folks, if you're in the room watching with us tonight, be sure and tell me where you're watching from. Tell us the name of the community where you live, so we know that you're in the room. We love comments. That's the most favorite part about all this. We like to talk to you. So let us know you're there. We'll take you back to some live storm chasing that's going on in Lake Charles, Louisiana. All right, folks, understand this is live audio that we're listening to of the storm chasers, so I caution you, there's no telling what you're going to hear. If you've got children in the room, you might want to, you might not want them to listen, because if things get out of hand, there's no telling what you could hear here. This is raw video. I'm assuming that that is a road sign we hear in the background in the wind.
Chris.
Yes, sir.
I tell you what, if you give me that card for just a few seconds and with your little thingy thing.
Hold on. Get the thingy.
You did. You did.
Here's that. I'm trying to find my thingy.
Whoa! Big.
Whoa! Nice.
Where was that at?
That was right in front of us.
Okay.
Big power flashes.
I heard it.
Yeah, up, big ones. To the right. Well, there goes the power, boys and girls.
I wasn't expecting that.
We lost power here at the, let's see if we get power back.
I doubt it. That thing hot.
Yep.
That was what
Yeah,
that
it-
second
it-
big flash was.
Yeah, it like made a buzzing noise.
I got a piece of sign out here now, though. Over here to your
It's been
right.
out there.
We're about to,
Chris said, ooh.
Ooh, killing it, Tyrion.
did you find it? Hold on, here, I got it.
When that power flash happened, I stopped. Or it already.
That was a big one.
Yeah, it was.
I got it.
Yeah, when I can feel it through the seat, I'm like, that's good.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Right in front of the camera, too.
Another one,
Where?
Way ahead.
way ahead. I can barely see it.
We may need to start moving here shortly.
Let me know when.
I heard something about something.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing the noises you hear.
All right, where's our north route back toward the,
That?
That west.
No. Go right up this road.
straight up this road?
Straight up this road. Huh? Not that far, probably
Oh, look at it right
2 miles, 3 miles.
That's it.
Yeah, we're only a couple miles from that though.
We're just on the outside. We're just like on the, that's my GoPro. We're just like on the outside of this. Yeah, I want to see how close we are.
There you go. Brad, there you go.
Yeah, we're probably about to get to that point.
You want to migrate? I didn't ask you,
Yeah.
Mr. Tennessee Valley Weather.
Where you at?
We'll go north.
Oh,
Mesa?
We'll stay here for a little bit longer.
apparently they found this thing is
We all know.
63 knots at Lake
We all know
Charles.
LSU's going to beat Alabama for the national championship every year now.
Well, that was a good estimate, guys. That was a Cat 1 hurricane gust, 63 knots at Lake Charles.
There we go. I said cat one. You might have one cat. All right, we'll just roll up, Ryan, if you want to. I don't know if y'all want to see if you can try to get down or not.
I'm waiting for Mr. Adair to tell me what to do.
One or something that just happened on that feed.
Which feed?
The one that Sibley is streaming. I think he caught the power flash blowing up.
That's good.
You?
There it is. He did. Look at this. Did it not get it?
They may have it further over than right.
No, it's right there.
Yep.
There it
Yeah,
goes.
that was it.
Oh.
Yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Oh.
And then it goes out.
Yep. Cameron's about to get obliterated.
Is it? Oh, Cameron's getting
Cameron's already
obliterated.
obliterated.
Hold on.
That's what they said.
That thing's going for a swim.
Y'all got me
I
curious
wonder how
now.
high that storm surge is.
Yeah, look at the,
I bet it's underwater.
probably is.
At this point, I bet it is.
Yeah, I'm betting it is too. I'm betting that there ain't no way to see it, but we're fixing to find out where that.
Would it knock it offline at all?
Yeah, when the internet's gone, it's not. Yeah, it's gone. Cameron and Holly Beach are gone.
Those campers are probably tipped over there.
Holy crap, dude.
What? That
Orange. That's an orange, dude.
Is that where the cream was?
That's the campers, homie. There's water.
Oh, wow.
Do we need to get back?
Oh, here, look at the Isle of Capri.
Nice.
It's a good camera.
What's that going over the bridge?
That's a big truck.
Semi.
Oh my God.
Look, you can go over the bridge.
You know, that thing's tipping over right now, or tipping.
Tractor tipping.
Yeah. Got a cow tipping, it's tractor tipping.
Alright. What y'all thinking, boys?
Get back to that, Mo.
Are you? I'm having I didn't see very. The only thing I worry about are trees on the way back. I'm not worried
Hey,
about
Brandon, have you ever
surgery.
seen white using velocities on radar scope?
Where it maxed completely out.
Holy.
Look at them as they're aboard a seat. I've never seen that on radar scope.
I didn't even know it go.
That's not good.
That's the western side, too.
Busby's in Arkansas.
So we now have official landfall. The National Weather Service is now reporting. Let's see. This is from the National Weather Service, Lake Charles, northern eye wall, now onshore. Cameron Parish. So we don't have official landfall just yet, but the northern eye wall is on shore near Cameron, Louisiana. Also, see one report here from a weather flow station at Cameron, Louisiana. At 11:42 p.m., wind gust of 101 miles per hour. So 5 minutes ago, 101 mile per hour wind gust at Cameron, Louisiana. It's getting real now, folks. This shot that you're looking at is from Brett Adair, who is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And we're going to stay with this shot. We'll come back. I'm going to show you the radar for a minute, then we'll come back to this. But they're sitting in a vehicle. It's going to be a rough ride for them, but you can see they've already lost some electricity. They're on the move now, so let's stay with us just a minute and see where they go. I'm going to bring their audio back.
Latrines are?
Well, I told
I'm
you,
fine.
they went to 0 to Cat 1 pretty quick there on that
Yeah, it doesn't take long.
Yeah.
64 knot gust here.
We're 2.5 miles from
I wish there was a safe place to stay in here. Oh man, we can stay out for another little while. It ain't gonna be long. It's gonna drive it quickly.
It's about to landfall right now. It is making landfall right now. Cameron and Holly Beach. Cameron's in there in our wall.
Yeah.
And you hear them talking about they just got the notice that Cameron's in the eye wall. We just told you that.
Brett.
Got that thing.
Oh, yeah, the thing.
Thing.
Here you go. Hold my thing. Show me the SD card reader. Come on, people. Yeah, what was that? Was that
Something
top of a tree?
Where?
I thought that was
Coming from the car.
yeah, that's why I slowed down a little bit. It looked like a palm tree. Like the top of a palm tree. Alright. That guy was standing outside back there.
Yeah, he's chilling.
You want the flag? Ripping out?
A big power flag.
Big power flag.
Whoa!
There he goes, right there.
To the right. It's getting pretty windy. I mean, there's a little line. I know, that's what I'm telling you. Time to call it. It's just fun, dude.
Hey, check out the, look at the, oh,
here we
good,
go.
we're stopped. It's going.
Here we go. Here we go.
Count that card. Count that card.
Huh?
We might lose this awning over here.
Jeez, hold on.
Yeah, it's going up and down.
Hold on. Give me a minute. Sit right here.
It's about, I think they're safe to go.
Sit right here. Hold on.
I ain't going nowhere.
All right. I was about to say, we ain't got to worry about nothing. Hold on real quick. I'm watching the wind shift, what I'm watching.
Yeah.
It's still out of the northwind.
That's correct, Chance. The outer edge of the eye wall is now on land, but the eye is still out over the ocean. We're probably about an hour or less away from official landfall.
Oh boy.
Now you got some
That
wind.
might be getting close to 100.
It's mixing down on. About to have to go back.
How would you put it?
Yes, it will.
Yeah, that thing can get shredded, dude. You ever seen the Hurricane Charles video?
That thing gonna get shredded. The problem is you see how much wind this is? Yeah. Not even close to the center.
No.
Sit right here.
Oh, I am.
It's not really sustained quite yet. It's just the gust.
That's all it takes though, is the gusts are what do the damage.
Yeah. It's not like we're holding up traffic.
That nice high wind weakens and that gust comes on. It's like just somebody kicking it. Get out of here. Are we done or are you still transferring it?
I'm transferring. Give me a second. It's taking a minute. But it's getting gnarly over here. I know, that's what I was watching.
We're not underneath this, bro.
Yeah, we are.
We're underneath.
If they give way, they will fly away. They're not going to hit the top of the truck.
The stoplight ain't what you got to worry about. It's the cable wire and the pole. Give it a minute. They're finally mixing down the wind. Man, that went from, I told you to go from 0 to 100 quick.
Big gust for a
Whoa.
I see it.
You talking the corner over here, Ryan?
No, I'm watching the wind.
It's still offshore, man, a good bit. There, look at that stuff flying. Look at stuff flying.
Yeah,
Something's coming apart over here. I hear it.
I can't see it.
I'm about to throw my SD card in here.
Stow whatever. Dude, watch your mouth. Right there.
What was that?
It's that little thing at the air.
Oh, it's already pulling some of the soffit down underneath the gas
It's
station.
about to go.
Yep.
Ryan, can you back up just to hear about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't nobody behind.
Okay, yeah.
Right there.
Just a little bit more. Let's get that whole thing in the shot.
Probably. Chris,
Yes, sir.
as soon as I get this transferred, I'm handing you this one back, okay?
Okay.
Just 1 second, boss.
No. That's just somebody out riding around. They're out for a sunny drive.
All right, we got a little bit of a break there now.
Yep. If that thing just gets open in one spot right here, it's over with.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm surprised the whole power grid hasn't failed yet.
Yeah.
I'm actually really impressed with that. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, there's an orange. I got an orange handle right here. Or is it right there? That's trippy right here, man.
If we can stay another 25 minutes, we can do a phoner and get a stream with Dave, and then we can probably book it back in. You know what I'm saying? Because we're just right on the other side of the interstate right now.
We're only a mile.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. Hey, where's my camera?
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Will you pass me that, I got it right here.
I'm about to pass you this SD
All I'm
card.
doing is
Yeah, will
stop.
you pass me the screwdriver kit when you do? You can take this tripod mount at the bottom of the Sony. That way I can put this big handle.
Trying my best to transfer the files. Guys, there's no one around us, just FYI. We're alone out here. Yo.
Don't look tired on me, dude. You bragging like...
What? I just need a drink. Dude, I just need a drink. I just need a drink or something.
I just had a son of our enemies up, well tired, big fat man.
Well, I'm trying to get this video. I got a bunch of power flashes and pieces of a sign were flying off and flew by the car. Gas station on and now it's rocking like this. We've had gusts over 80 right here now in Lake Charles, I would guess, where we're at the south side.
Yeah, I would think so.
After this hit, it's probably gonna be a parking deck kind of deal when the eye comes in.
Yeah, I've still got like 155 and 6,000 feet.
Well, I just got a message from my weather service buddy. He said 175 mile an hour in the western eye wall. That's what they're seeing on radar.
Yep.
Hardcore.
Boy, it cuts off at the river, doesn't it? I hate to be west of the river.
Well, I know, but my fear is I'm wondering what this surge is going to do up into Lake Charles, because I would assume all that water is about to drive into Holly Beach and Cameron.
Won't last long.
You know what? It won't, but I'm wondering, how long did Rita last here?
Shit, I don't remember. When did they come up with an extreme wind warning? Like we need another warning to keep up?
They did that specifically for hurricane landfalls. They wanted to stop using tornado warnings.
They did it.
I know, that's what I didn't understand. They've still got them out down there.
They just issued an extreme wind warning for Beaumont and Lake Charles.
Did they?
Yeah, just now.
Well, I saw the Lake Charles. I didn't see the Beaumont.
Yeah, I've never seen this. Moved to the interior room right now. Dangerous for equals wind.
Yeah, that area down there is getting tore up from the floor.
Like, you see, if you have something and you want to just send it to me quick, like a 15-second clip or anything like that, send it to me now if you find something.
I know I'm trying my best to get these other pieces up ASAP, because I got all this video.
Yep, where you lose your signal.
I know, I need to get, that's the reason I'm trying to get all this put together right now.
Hey, dude.
Give me a minute.
Be careful.
Yep, we'll do it. Bye, man.
How do you get this off the manual? I mean, off, it's on, what's that little flower mean?
Portrait mode, I guess.
How do you get it off of there?
That should be your auto.
It won't let you do the, it won't let you go to manual focus because it's saying something about it's in cinema mode or something.
Oh. Yes. I hadn't used this camera in about 30 years.
So we got first camera 5. No wonder he's a dude.
It's been a minute. How do you do do that? I forget, man. I hadn't used that camera seriously. I need to go through the settings.
Ryan, if you hit X, all right, now hit the top left. All right.
I think that's.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Get it.
There it is. And I heard that one coming. I'm like, guys.
There we go. I fixed it. And it's coming right at us.
What is that noise when it does that? It's a piece of metal.
There's a piece of metal right there. There's two pieces. Here it comes. There it is, northeast wind at 50, gust of 74 at Lake Charles.
That was right there a second ago.
110 mile an hour measured via weather flow in Cameron. 110 measured. I don't think it's gonna last much longer, dog.
We get about 2 more of them real good bursts.
Yep.
Once it finds one hole, it's over with. Ooh, I can do it. Yep, I can do it.
All right, folks, you're watching Dr. Don's weather page. This is live coverage of Hurricane Laura making landfall near Cameron, Louisiana, with sustained winds now at Cameron Point of 110 miles per hour sustained and measured. The video that you're watching is Brett Adair. If you follow hurricanes much, he is a household name. He, every single time, puts himself right in the middle of the storm. He is a trained weather spotter and storm chaser. And if you've been listening to the audio, there's 2 or 3 of them in the vehicle, and you've been hearing them discuss the fact that they're about to do a shot probably for the Weather Channel or for Fox or one of the major networks, and then they're going to duck into a parking deck somewhere because this is just getting too dangerous. It's already too dangerous for them to be sitting there. They're sitting in the middle of the road somewhere in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And as amazing as it is, there is still power. Kudos to Louisiana Utilities. They prepared well because power's still up right there. Probably won't stay for long. As you can see, they're getting into some, they had a wind gust of 74 miles per hour. So that's Category 1 hurricane strength at this location just a few moments ago. And that's only going to get stronger, and it's going to become sustained. The leading edge of the eye wall of the hurricane is about 30 miles south of Lake Charles now. And that's the leading edge of the eye wall. The eye wall itself is still offshore, just below Cameron, Louisiana. And we've been telling you all afternoon, we've been live now for 5 hours and 6 minutes on Dr. Don's weather page. And since we started our live coverage, I've been telling you I felt like ground zero is going to be right there at Cameron, Louisiana, and that's exactly where I think we are. I believe that's going to be the official landfall, and that will come after we get the inner eye wall over land, and that's still probably another 45 minutes to an hour away. Looking at the radar, you see down there in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. And I want to show you some radar stuff, but I don't want to take this shot down because I'm afraid we're about to lose this shot. Either lose it because of conditions or because they are going to have to duck inside. They're talking about going to a parking deck somewhere to be safe. So this shot of what's going on in Lake Charles is probably going to go away shortly. So I'm just going to stay with this for a few more minutes and see how it goes. You get a pretty good perspective there. You can see the spray on the right-hand side of the screen. That's wind-driven rain coming around the backside of what looks to be a billboard. And you can see the traffic lights. That gives you a pretty good indication of what the wind gusts are. When they start flipping up, then you're in the 50, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gust range. That shot you see at the bottom of the screen right next to the radar, that is one of the traffic cameras. That's at I-10 and Ryan Street in downtown Lake Charles. And remember the bridge shot that we've been watching at Calcasieu River in Lake Charles. It is, you can't see anything on that camera now. I'll go back to that in a few minutes. As soon as we lose this shot, I'll show you that. That's what we were watching to see if the river was going to rise. And I just got notice from the National Weather Service that tide level just started to spike in the last few minutes. Height is now 5.6, which is 5.5 feet above predicted. So that whole area is going to be underwater. No question there. Chance is talking about he'd love to be a storm chaser, just the thrill of being there. It is an adrenaline rush. But as much as I love weather, I don't know if I would really want to be sitting in their seat right now. Producer Tracy says, yes, you would. She's probably right. I have threatened many times to go ride one. We may make that happen one day. Hey, Tommy Honeycutt, thanks for joining us in there. Marcus Gonzalez, Thank you for joining us. If you're in the room watching, please tell us where you're watching from so that we know that you're here. You're watching live Hurricane Laura coverage on Dr. Don's weather page. We typically cover weather for East Alabama and West Georgia. Though anytime we have a significant threat of life anywhere in the southeastern United States, we cover it. And we are going on our number, we're in hour number 6 of our live coverage this evening. We're going to stay with this a little while longer as we're just now getting into the landfalling portion of this storm. Now, once the storm gets much north of Lake Charles, unless our storm chasers go with it, and I'm sure they will, we're going to lose some of our cameras. And so we have some new folks in the room. Let's welcome them on board. We have got Tommy's up in Tennessee. Let's see here. Bob Reed's watching us. He's from Alabama. Rich is watching us from my favorite town, Las Vegas, Nevada. Hello, West Coast. Marcus is watching us from Dallas, Texas. Maria Rodriguez is in here from Puerto Rico. Welcome. Marila, I believe it is. Puerto Rico. Cool. Here's Linda Douglas watching us from Charleston, South Carolina. Not far from you, Linda. I'm in northeast Georgia. And there's another Dallas viewer. Lots of folks in Texas watching us tonight. We appreciate that. David Higgins watching us from Comanche, Oklahoma. Checking in on family members in the area. Nice to have you with us, David. I was in Oklahoma. I don't know, about a year ago, I guess it was. I was in Norman, Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Went out and spoke at a conference in Tulsa, as a matter of fact. UAS conference. There's Dana watching us from Jackson Gap, Alabama. Eric is watching us from Frisco, Texas. Bob is in Athens, Alabama. You're welcome, David. I concur with you, Tommy. Prayers for everybody in Louisiana and East Texas. It's going to be a long night. Bob, yeah, we probably will have some scattered showers and thunderstorms across Alabama and Georgia from this hurricane. It won't be a hurricane by then. It'll be most likely a tropical depression. And as it pulls moisture in off the Gulf of Mexico, it'll stream up across Alabama and Georgia as what's left of Laura tracks from west to east across Kentucky. Still a lot of questions on whether or not we see anything severe, but I think there's certainly that possibility, so we're going to have to watch the forecast real close moving forward. And our huge fan, Chance Bennett, watching us from Wadley, Alabama, over in East Alabama. Bob, yeah, you know, I don't know about the tornado thing. Probably not, but we're still a couple of days away from seeing that develop, if it does. So it's too early to really say for sure, but I think at this point we can't rule out anything. We're just going to have to watch and see how things evolve. Donna Worley in here from Knoxville, Tennessee. Love me some Knoxville. Beautiful up there. Went to a ball game at Neyland Stadium one time. I'm going to date myself. This was back in late 80s, I guess. Auburn in Tennessee at Neyland Stadium. I really enjoyed that trip. Of course, we go to Gatlinburg all the time, so familiar with that area of Tennessee. No, I'm not far from you. I'm in northeast Georgia, so it's not far. Yeah, Tommy, you're being up there in Tennessee. You're going to be closer to the center of circulation of what's left of this storm, so you're probably going to have a better chance of seeing some severe weather. I don't know. Probably Friday on the west side of the state and Monday on the east side of the state. Probably how that's going to progress. Listen to that wind, would you? That's just insane. Let me see if I can adjust. They're talking about a possible tornado just south of their location.
LCH.
I'm going to kind of keep their audio up there so we can keep an eye on what they're talking about. I want to get quiet for just a second because they were talking about, they're looking at a radar, and they were talking about some rotation, and I see it on ours too. It's just south of Lake Charles, just south of the radar site, as a matter of fact. Got a mesoscale detected there. And I just wish you'd listen to that howling wind in the background. They're talking about having gusts over 80 miles per hour. This video is live video coming from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Brett Adair, a fairly well-known storm chaser. I hear you, Tommy. Go Vols. I look forward. Auburn and Tennessee's playing this year. And y'all got us the last time we played. As a matter of fact, we were in the middle of a hurricane in Georgia. Hurricane Michael. Last time Auburn and Tennessee played. I'm an emergency manager in Georgia, and I was trying to watch the ball game out of one eye and deal with a hurricane out of the other eye. And that was a sad day if you're an Auburn Tiger. Tennessee got us. Probably shouldn't have that year, but so I'm looking forward to Auburn and Tennessee this year in this new arranged SEC COVID-19 football schedule that we're going to play. I hear you, Donna. There's two Vols in here.
I mean, we can just talk about how conditions are going downhill in Lake Charles.
Yeah, Linda Oates sending out some prayers for everybody in the path of the storm. I concur. Yeah, I knew it'd just be a matter of seconds before we got a roll tide in there, Bob. Though it's happened before, kind of weird to think about the fact the Auburn-Alabama game will not be the last game of the season this year. Kind of a jacked up situation, but I'm just proud we're going to get to play football, or at least that's the plan right now. In case you're just joining us, you're watching a live video from Lake Charles, Louisiana, as Hurricane Laura is about to make landfall near Cameron, Louisiana.
Numerous power flashes here. We are just to the north of the Lake Charles radar site here. Let's see. We are on Nelson Road. Some of the signs down here, there's a Lake Charles Medical Center complex where they have doctor's offices. We've watched parts of that sign fly apart.
Let's listen in for a minute.
So it's getting pretty bad out here. We've got the outer core beginning to move into the area as the eye of the storm is beginning to come on shore down near Cameron. So our conditions are likely really going to tank within the hour as the core of the strongest winds get here. But that's not the only problem that we've got. Now that we have an onshore flow down to our south, we're going to start to watch this water back up through the tributaries and the rivers. We're going to have to start watching for the storm surge and the flooding threat here as well. Yeah, David, looking at the road, we see one other vehicle go by, but everyone else is kind of in their safe spot. We are approximately half a mile from where we're going to take refuge once the worst of this thing really gets in here, because when those winds hit over 100, 120 miles an hour, we're not going to be able to be out, because a lot of these objects that you see, these red lights that are in front of these signs, they're to become flying projectiles. So we're going to definitely go take some shelter in a concrete structure and let this thing go by, and then we're going to deal with the water impact element as well. We're going to see what we can do after the storm comes through, but we're going to keep in close contact with you guys there in the studio, folks at home, and let you guys know what's going on through our stories.
We're on the move.
Yeah. Time to go. Yep. Start drunken. All outside.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm expecting more out of this. I mean, I'm not understanding. You're getting the outer eye wall is getting very close.
You may have heard one of them just talking about it's not as strong as they expected, and they didn't quite understand. They are just south of Lake Charles. That outer edge of the outer eye wall is not quite to them just yet. So conditions, as bad as they look in that video you're looking at right now, it's fixing to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah, that eye wall is coming out our butts. All right, Ryan. Hey, what's the water doing there? Alright, we're on our way back. We're down into town. We were down by the radar. It started getting hairy, man. Tire explosions everywhere. Alright, you in the deck? All right, we're like
0.7 miles.
I can see the hotel.
Yeah. Oh, I can see the hotel. So there's 950 measured pressure in Cameron now, and it's not on shore fully. Yep, they had 100. Yep, it's coming right at us though. Oh, it may go slightly west. I don't know, man. If that eye goes toward Benton, we're in trouble.
We'll catch the entire eastern eye wall.
Yeah. Onshore flow for a long.
Yeah, there's mesovortices.
I got the
All right,
the big,
we on the way.
the big one. I'll slow that down. I'll slow that one down. How's the water look over here?
Boom. Once we get down here to the
It's not
It's a
bad.
little bubbly.
damp.
Wow. 944 now in Cameron measure.
That's 6 millibars in 10 minutes.
116 mile per hour winds measured at Cameron Point, Louisiana, which is about 30 miles south of where this video is being shot from.
Oh, that's some solid Cat 1 right here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. 944. I think that they were trying to say 930 something.
938 or something.
Right here. Yep. Brandon's in the parking lot.
All right, we got hotel windows missing.
All right, the National Hurricane Center should call this at any moment. You see the inner eye wall is now on shore near Cameron, Louisiana. So at any moment, they're going to call landfall, probably at 12:30. If you look at the radar, let me briefly take the radar. I want to stay with this live video because I don't know how long we're going to keep it. But let me take the live radar just for a second and show you what I'm talking about. We zoom in on it real tight. There you see the inner eye wall. Right there, or I'm drawing that line with the telestrator. That's the inner eye wall that has now pushed just barely north of Cameron, Louisiana. And just multiple tornado warnings being issued now. At any moment, the National Hurricane is going to call it. Of course, we'll let you know that as soon as we see it pop up on the screen. But the inner eye wall now over Cameron, Louisiana. Now I have to talk to the developer of this program about how they have this telestrator set up, because it's not very functional when you're doing live stuff here. You have to clear it, and then you have to turn it off to be able to move the map, and that's a little irritating. All right, so the video that we're watching is just south of the radar site, just south of Lake Charles. So it's in this general area here. You see where my cursor's at. That's where Bret Adair is located. So this, from just about that point back down to the inner eye wall, is where the hurricane force winds are. So they are just now getting into the heaviest part of this storm. So I'm going to take the radar back out and let's go back over here. I want to show you a couple of things right quick, and then we're going to go back. This is the bridge that we've been watching. And I believe we've actually, we've lost it. That was at 12:18, which was about 15 minutes or so ago. So that camera is now out. This is another one that went out around 12:18. This is from the Louisiana Highway Department, and it looks like all of their cameras are now gone. That one went down at 10:24. That one's out. And that was earlier this afternoon. So all of the traffic cameras that we've been watching, this one's in Galveston. It's still up. That's well removed from the storm. That one is down, and that one has been down for a while. All right, so let's go back to our storm chaser footage. And we're just going to watch this and listen to what they're saying. 121 mile per hour wind gusts sustained at 93 miles per hour. And that is at Calcasieu Pass, which is the bridge shot that we've been watching all afternoon at the end of the river where it dumps into the ocean. That's where this was. This measurement was just taken. 121 mile per hour with a sustained 93 mile per hour. Pretty amazing stuff right there. So let me see if we can get the audio back. And we're just going to watch this live feed, and the radar will be down there in the lower right-hand corner.
All right, so we got a little lull here. This is how this goes. We'll get some really strong winds, and then we'll get a couple really hard gusts, and then it'll calm down. Calm down. But we wait just a second here. We'll get some more heavy-duty winds. No. I'm going to get the hole right on the lake. Right now, we are perfect. And here we go. Get the wind picking up again.
I'm going to put this on here, Chris, and then I need that other one.
You need the other SD card?
Yeah, in a minute after I get this done. I'll hand it back to you in one
All right,
second.
you're fine, brother, man.
All right.
I'll do that time lapse later. You want me to? And I'll slow it down.
Calcasieu Pass sustained at 93, gusting to 121 at 12:18.
Sustained 93, gusting 121?
At 12:18. Woo! Calcasieu Pass. Down the south, I don't know exactly.
Good wind. Really good wind. This is a huge resort in the city.
Like a Taj Mahal.
Oh, power flash. Big power flash.
Let's fix it.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Truck's rocking now. I'm getting rocking. We're straight in the side of the wind.
You want to go parking garage?
Nope. Not till the water comes up. I'll take 150 in this truck. Woo! Here, Ryan, if y'all gonna have that window down,
I think we can 80, 85 maybe.
Man, I can't do it, can I? It's driving.
Oh yeah.
Now, if you want me to, I can get a little bit turned around and we can still have the windows down and you can still swing too.
No, it might be going another. This is, I went on the house. Oh yeah, there we go. I smell trees.
I smell pine.
I do too. That might not be
Yeah.
pine, though.
No, that's good. Yeah, anyway, might be Golden Nugget further there. Roaring now.
Here it comes.
Woo! Yes, sir. Power's flickering on the top of the signal up there.
Yep.
Yep.
Would it be a lot to ask if you get my phone for park and come back?
We could do that, I'm sure. Here, stick this in the camera. You want to do that real quick?
Can you take me up there, Rod?
Yeah, we got time. I want to grab a drink out of his car anyway. That's fine. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's a rocking car.
Wow!
Said y'all leaving already?
I'm almost about 10 to 15 miles away from it.
12 miles.
12 miles away from it now. This is nowhere near what it's going to be.
Yeah, this is light work.
Yeah. Lightweight.
Piece of something. Trash cans blown over.
This is our setup in here. Turn around and say hey to the camera.
What up?
What up?
What up?
We got Ryan Carter T. driving us from Birmingham.
Howdy.
Mr. Brad Arnold right here from Pottsville.
There you go. That's that.
We got the thing right here.
Apple thingy.
Watching our live stream. This is the famous thing that we've been discussing.
That would be our thingy.
Yeah, thank you.
We got SD cards.
I need, tell you what I do need from you, Chris.
Yes, sir. What you need?
I need that other SD card.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to end this and, yeah, I'll be back.
All I got to do is hand it to me. You can stay
No,
on.
we're good.
Okay.
I'll be back, guys.
Deborah's.
Yeah, there's a piece of the tree. That's probably what you smell.
Yeah.
We were sitting there all the time like, I smell pine trees.
Yep. Well, there's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem in a minute.
Flying projectiles.
Yeah.
Where I'm getting close.
$110 gust at the pass down there.
Good.
You the man. Let me get this. It's almost finished transferring that part over.
I'm interested to see how hot the lake is, too.
It ain't gonna be hot over here. It's gonna be low.
There's been a damn parking deck trying to do live shots. Is it on this? It's on this floor, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's on this floor in that corner over there. There it is.
Still sitting there, Brad.
Water level holding steady at 10.
Refinery is out of power.
Sure is, man. That's probably what that big explosion.
Bridge is out of power.
Everything's out of power now. Darkness now, except for right here.
We're at the Alamo.
This is the Alamo.
All right. I'll just stay put.
Alright. Camera. Is that my camera here?
Jim said, Transformers exploding bright purple flashes all over the city. We can smell burning oil.
Hey, Brett.
Temp shot from 77 to 80 in the eye. I did.
I got actually several of them.
That's good stuff, man.
That one is 31 minutes or 31 seconds long.
That's the ones.
Oh, look at there. We can open the door and not get wind and rain.
That's what. Let's get us a drink out of there if we need one. There's nothing to see out of this parking garage now. That's what's so bad, guys. I'm gonna have to.
You want to go back down?
Well, we got a shot right over here. This barge.
Yeah. You want to go over there now?
Hold on a second. I want to get my drink first. You want a drink? Or you got a drink, don't you?
I could probably use a Gatorade.
Other than that, I'm good. I know I got mine. Did you get another one?
There's one in the. There were one in the back, an orange one.
That's what line. That's crude burning somewhere. Smell it.
So Ed's. I wonder if he's here.
Yeah, he's here.
In the parking garage here.
Oh, is he?
I don't know. All right. 108 now, 10 miles out. Yep.
What was that?
About to lose power.
Yep.
About to lose power. How much fuel we got?
3/4. Inner eye wall is real close.
If Ryan wants this orange Gatorade, and I'll take a yellow Gatorade, it's fine. That's the outer eye wall.
Yeah.
Well, they're getting the Gatorades together, and they have now taken shelter inside of a parking deck just south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let me turn that off because we're hearing that delay return. Just a couple of things to bring to your attention. Calcasieu Pass is now reporting wind gusts to 127 miles per hour. That was at 12:24 a.m. Cameron weather flow pressure is now at 936 millibars, and the winds are coming down. Now that's down at Cameron, Louisiana. That because we have the eye wall on shore now. And we'll go to that, we'll take that full screen here in just a few minutes. But the winds are coming down now at Cameron Point because that eye wall has made, the eye wall itself is on shore. Have not seen where the Hurricane Center has called it official yet as far as landfall is concerned. I'm just reading this stuff live as it comes in. 3 miles southwest of Cameron, observed water levels at 8.4 feet. That's down near the pass. Okay. Wind gust in Beaumont, Port Arthur of 52 knots. South Marsh reports wind gust of 58 knots from the south-southeast. I'm looking at the Lake Charles, Louisiana National Weather Service chat page and just looking at some of the information that that's coming in. The storm's still moving north at around 15 miles per hour. But as you can see there in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we've got multiple tornado warnings. Tornado warnings now from New Iberia all the way back over to almost Beaumont. That's a nasty-looking upper left-hand quadrant of the storm, which is just southeast of Beaumont, Texas. All right, we're going to go back. Let me see if any of the traffic cameras have come back up. I don't believe we've gotten any of them back other than we still have Galveston Bay up, but that's well removed from the storm. I think we've lost power at all of these camera sites in Lake Charles. So let's take the radar, and while we're looking at that, I'm going to see if I can find any other storm chasers out there. Let's zoom in a little close right here, and you can see very clearly that the upper end of the inner eye wall is on shore. It's now just north of Cameron, Louisiana. The guys we've been watching, they're just south of Lake Charles, right there around the radar site, between Lake Charles and Hackberry. This upper left-hand corner, the northern and a little bit to the northwest corner of the eye wall, which is about to move into orange, which is right there on the Texas-Louisiana state line, right there at I-10. That's pretty nasty looking right there. That's where some of those 110, 115 mile per hour wind gusts would most likely be. And I'm scared to death to click off of Brett's video feed up here, but I'm going to just for a moment. I'm just awfully afraid I'm not going to get it back, but we're going to see if we can maneuver around here and find any other video. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's see what this one looks like. All right, that's an option. Let's see what else we got. Let me just go back over here to the, and we'll look at these together. Okay, so this is from a parking deck. This is Brandon Kopic. He is also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. He's on the top level of a parking deck. Yeah, Tommy's helping me out with some information here, and he's pointing out the fact that storm surge 15 to 20 feet. That's just going to be devastating. Or already is. Cameron's already seeing that. We don't have any live video from Cameron. Not seeing a whole lot of information out of Cameron either, which is not a good sign. New tornado warning just issued. Arcadia, Allen, Beauregard, Evangeline, Iberia, Jefferson Davis, Lafayette, St. Laundry, St. Martin, St. Mary, and Vermilion. Those are all parishes in southern Louisiana, all under tornado warnings. At 12:43 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes were centered over Deucen or near Rain, moving northeast at around 55 miles per hour. Wow, look at this. 3 miles southwest of Cameron, Louisiana. This was reported at 12:24, 127 mile per hour wind gust. 3 miles southwest of Cameron, Louisiana. That was about 20 minutes ago. 127 miles per hour. All right, so we just lost Brandon's video. Here's another one. This is Bob Pack. He's over in Texas. Let's see. That is Vidor, Texas. He's on the extreme eastern or western edge of the storm. right, here's a Beaumont, Texas storm chaser. Again, that's a little bit west of where the heaviest weather is taking place. Here's Orange, Texas. This ought to be pretty good here. That looks like a Home Depot. Let's see if there's any audio going on here. No, I don't hear any. Some of them stream audio, some of them don't. Folks, if you're watching us this morning, please tell us where you're watching from. We'll give you a shout out. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, please post them in the comment section of this video. We'll reset for just a second. It's 12:51 a.m. Central, 1:51 a.m. Eastern. You're watching Dr. Don's weather page. Live coverage of Hurricane Laura making landfall near Cameron, Louisiana. We told you some 6 hours ago when we started this that we felt like Cameron was going to be ground zero, and that is exactly what's happening. And so we're going to stay with this a little while longer, watching some of these video feeds. Right now you're looking at a live feed from Nick Busby, who is in Orange, Texas. That's up there on I-10, just to the west of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Looks like we have a Canada viewer in here this morning. Great to have you. All right, so let's look around a little bit more and see what else we can find. That camera in Orange, Texas will probably get a lot worse here in a few minutes. All right, so let's go back up to Brett Adair. Let's see what Brett's up to. Looks like he's still in the parking deck. Good morning, Woodland, Alabama.
About to get out of this damn parking deck.
Thank you, Minnie. I appreciate the kind words.
A lot of this crap I can cut out.
Cheryl Boniface watching us from Gardenville, Nevada. Nice to have you with us, Cheryl. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you for the info you've been feeding me. I appreciate that. Laurie Algier, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, watching us from mid-Missouri. Yeah, you might get a little rain off of this up there in Missouri. I think the extreme southeast section of the state of Missouri would probably stand a better chance, but yeah, you could see a little rain up there in mid-Missouri. National Weather Service at Lake Charles has just issued an extreme wind warning for Newton and Orange, Texas. Allen, Beauregard, Cameron, and Jefferson Davis. So it's about to get windy in Orange, Texas. We'll go back to that shot in just a few
You're going to
moments.
get variable wind shifts here and there. You got vorts in this thing.
So I guess we're up here now then.
No, I'm not.
Calcasieu is now reporting 104 mile per hour wind gusts.
I'm going to do stuff right around and other things. I mean, I'd
That
like to do
was
a lot of
measured
things
at the
and
Lake
things.
Charles Regional Airport.
That's kind of. I mean, I'm gonna go out. If y'all want to go, feel free. I'm just shopping this. Yeah, it's fixing to get really bad, really bad.
I think I'm actually good up here.
Think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see the surge get big and stuff like that.
I don't know that it's gonna get big for a minute till that eye wall gets either right on us or just to the
Up
west.
here to see the surge come in.
Well, we're gonna see it.
Okay.
We're gonna see it. Where we're gonna see it, I'm not sure.
This is Brett Adair and his crew. They are in a parking deck now in Lake Charles.
Killing. Well,
They are now under a tornado warning. And the outer fringes of the inner wall are just about to cross over their location. Wind gust to 124 miles per hour in Cameron. Cheryl Luke is watching us in Valdosta, Georgia this morning. Nice to have you, Cheryl. I'm up in Northeast Georgia, so
there's another
welcome
one.
to Dr. Don's weather page.
You might get lightning inside the thing too. Probably dryer wrapping in there. I'm having to cut a whole bunch of shit.
And folks, again, you're listening to raw audio. So I caution you.
A bunch of shit.
The language can get a little strong from time to time.
I should have video of that damn sign flying apart.
Yeah.
All right, let's a little break in the action there. Let's look around a little bit more. Let's go back to let's see what Brad's got going on. He's on top of a parking deck in Lake Charles. Can't see much there. One of the problems we've got now is we've lost there's been complete power failure in Lake Charles. So we really can't see anything. Let's go back to Bob Pack, who is in Orangeville, Texas. We just got an immediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see if they're calling it yet. Yep, they are. Extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Laura makes landfall near Cameron, Louisiana. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding is occurring in portions of Louisiana. Here's the latest coordinates. As of 1 a.m. Central, 29.8 north, 93.3 west, about 30 miles south-southwest of Lake Charles, Louisiana, about 40 miles east of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained wind still at 150 miles per hour. Present movement is north at 15 miles per hour, and the pressure's at 938 millibars. So we now officially have landfall. And here's their discussion. At 1 a.m., Doppler radar images indicate that the eye of Hurricane Laura has now made landfall near Cameron, Louisiana. A northeast to east-northeast motion is expected tonight and on Friday. On the forecast track, Laura will move inland across southwestern Louisiana this morning and then continue northward across the state through the afternoon. The center of Laura is forecast to move over Arkansas tonight and over the mid-Mississippi Valley or Kentucky on Friday and the Atlantic states on Saturday. Air Force reconnaissance and Doppler radar data indicate that the maximum sustained winds are near 150 miles per hour with higher gusts, and rapid weakening is now forecast to begin. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 60 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 205 miles. A weather flow site in Cameron recently reported a sustained wind of 101 miles per hour. A National Ocean Service site at the Calcasieu Pass reported a sustained wind of 93 miles per hour with a gust to 127. That was just within the last hour. A wind gust of 104 miles per hour was recently reported at Lake Charles, Louisiana. That was at the airport. So that's the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, Tommy's saying that we're about 10 miles away from Lake Charles now. That would be the outer edge of that wall. The inner edge of the eye wall is still just north of Cameron. So it looks like we got some movement going on. Again, this is Bob Pack. He is in Orangeville, Texas. So let's check around and see what else we might be able to find. Here's Brandon Clement. He's in Lake Charles. Let's see what he looks like.
So about an hour, I'd say about an hour and 20, hour and 30 minutes will actually be in the eye. The most intense part of the eye wall is going to be questionable whether I can stay out here. I will at least have to change the angle I'm at.
This is a live shot from Lake Charles, Louisiana, for those of you who just joined us. Check out that that vehicle in front of him is rocking.
Here comes a big gust.
That's a high-profile vehicles, what I've been talking about all afternoon long, and now into the morning. Those things don't handle wind very well.
thankfully the angle it's coming at, I was expecting a lot of surge already. So thankfully the angle it's coming at is kept us dry and out here a little longer. What do I have to do? Go to the bathroom? Let's put it this way, I've got cotton mouth like crazy, trying not to drink anything. Yeah, we're right on the outside edge of the eye wall. Once the full eye wall gets over us, there won't be any let up. The calm parts will be stronger than what you're seeing with the gust now. Believe that trailer just stayed up for that. An idea how much debris.
That's some serious wind right there.
Work my nose a little better position.
That's going to be a fifth wheel trailer. Gooseneck. Not a fifth
front end
wheel,
of
but
that
a
trailer
gooseneck.
definitely moved around. Alright. What's that? You can. Well, with your back in the wind, your back glass will go out. Yeah. I'm trying to shift a little bit of time here so I don't lose frame. It's moved that front end quite a bit. If it moves any more, then it'll be perpendicular with the wind. Here comes a big gust in here already. I can hear it coming. Here it is.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh.
It just blew over. You watched it live.
Well, for those of you that voted RV, you won. Light pole, you lost. I've got nothing else to look at here, so I'm going to the parking garage.
Yeah, I think it's time to get out of Dodge, Brandon. It's time for you to, because your vehicle could very easily be next.
I'll call you back, Logan.
Wow.
Ooh, big power flashes.
Yeah, that's not lightning. That's power flashes you're seeing in the background.
I'm going to turn around to where we can get a view. Just have to bear with me just a moment.
Yeah, you need to get up inside that parking deck, bud.
Whoa.
Yeah, you can see the tops of the trees there. Pretty good indication of what the wind's doing.
What's that? No, I was just pointing out so I could get a view. Go shoot some different angles out.
Those of you just joining us, you're watching live coverage of Hurricane Laura, officially making landfall in Cameron, Louisiana. You're coming up on 1:12 a.m. Central Time, 2:12 Eastern.
Find something else that will flip. How about trees?
That's a pretty good shot
If it
right
was
there.
daytime, I would be out and about right now. I just don't know where the surge will be coming from. Or if it's coming. It's, or if I was in a different area. Southern Louisiana is just the worst for trying to chase these hurricanes. So much water. Poor sat truck. Yeah, the few people that were in the parking lot with me are all scrambling now. All right, the wind that did that is on the outer part of the eye wall. For the inner part of the eye wall, you'll get probably 30 miles an hour stronger than that. And every time the wind speed goes up 10 miles an hour, the force of the wind, I think it's 10 miles an hour, the force of the wind doubles.
Tommy's informing us that he's seeing reports of 108 mile per hour average in Lake Charles. If you just joined us, you just missed it. We just saw a.
Yeah, I can hear that gust coming. It was loud. I knew it was about to go.
A camping trailer just blow over right in front of the camera.
But yeah, I knew it was coming. It was really loud. I could see it.
Brandon has repositioned since then. He was out in the open parking lot when that
That
happened.
way I didn't go simultaneously with the trailer. Get my nose into the wind just a little bit. I will post a video when the stream's over. I've got it on the camera, so I'll post it. That way anybody that missed it can see it. Most hurricanes are strongest in the northeast and the eastern quadrants. That's not always the case. Hannah was stronger actually on the western side.
Freestyle, I'm actually in northeast Georgia. We cover weather for East Alabama, West Georgia, Northeast Georgia. Severe life-threatening weather primarily for Alabama and Georgia. But on something like this, we cover it as well. So we're following the hurricane. We welcome you to the feed. Yeah, so after all this is over with, the video will post to YouTube and Facebook. I invite you to go back and fast forward to around 6 hours into our coverage and watch it, and you'll get to see the trailer blow over. Nobody was in it. It was just sitting in a parking lot, so nobody was injured. But probably about 6 hours and 10 minutes into our severe weather coverage is where you'll find that trailer blow over.
All right, how about a water tower? Got light poles, got trees. That's about the best I can do right now. I can stay out there, but there's really nothing to watch except for light poles. I've got that here.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know why anybody would leave their mobile or their camping trailer exposed like that, because it was rocking, then all of a sudden it just blew over. Everything looks good on my end, Freestyle.
Yes, my mom knows I do this, and yes, I get panic messages all the time.
We're rocking along at 30 frames per second.
My wife used to do it with me. She loves it.
Only 0.2% frame drops. About 5,526 kilobits a second. Everything looks good on this end.
No, I actually grew up in the Mandeville, Covington, North Shore, New Orleans area. Moved all over. I lived in Texas, but I've lived in Mississippi the last 20 years.
All right, we're going to just look around a little bit and see what else we've got out there. Let's go back over to Orange, Texas and see. Oh, that's a good shot. That's at a Home Depot parking lot in Orange, Texas. This is Nick Busby. I don't think Nick has any audio. No, he does not. Robertsdale, Alabama should be A-OK. Peachy King. Beautiful. Let's go way over here to Robertsdale, Alabama. Let's see who that was. That was Cheryl Boniface. That's over there, Robertsdale, Alabama, just north of Gulf Shores. Out there on the Gulf Shores International Parkway. And there she is right there. Let me... Let's see. Let me go to Okay, there's your composite. That's all radar sites. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing going on in southeast or southwest Alabama. And this storm is moving on off to the northwest, so no problems down there in Robertsdale, Alabama. Let's look at the big picture just for a second while we're out here. Do see some showers and thunderstorms up there just north of Memphis, southeast Missouri. I got some stuff trying to get going out there in the Gulf of Mexico, but that won't be much of anything to worry about right there. So all looks well. And the loop you're watching down there in the lower right-hand corner, we just saw the lights flicker there. That's the last 1 hour loop of Hurricane Laura. Sharon, you cracking me up this morning. Sharon says that when the trailer blew over, she hollered out. Probably woke up everybody in the house. Chance asking, how many cups of coffee have I had? Actually, I haven't had but 3 in the last 6 hours and 22 minutes. Welcome everybody that's watching us this morning. Please let us know where you're watching from. I see a lot of folks have joined the room, but send me a comment and let me know where you're watching from so we can give your location a shout out. We love to do shout outs. You're watching live video streaming from Orange, Texas. This is Nick Busby's live feed. He's in the parking lot of a Home Depot in Orange, Texas. And he is getting into that eye wall coming through Orange, Texas right now. Cheryl's asking questions about tornadoes. Yeah, I've stopped even reading the tornado warnings. Lake Charles is issuing tornado warnings left and constantly left and right. As a matter of fact, they may have stopped issuing them too now that we've got the hurricane on shore. I mean, that whole area there. I mean, it's just one big, huge outbreak of tornadoes. So I'm afraid we're going to see a lot of damage from that as well. Tommy says Lake Charles now is averaging 124 miles per hour.
the same thing as soon as the eye gets here? Yeah. We probably got 20 minutes or so to do it, though. Yeah.
Folks, once again, this is live raw audio, and these guys get excited, and they are subject to say anything. So if you're easily offended, you might want to turn your audio down. I'm giving you fair warning. And this is Red Adair. They are in Lake Charles, which is averaging 124 mile per hour sustained winds. These guys are in the edge of a parking deck. And so I'm going to leave the feed up. I'm going to turn the audio up. We're going to watch this together for a little while.
That was me.
Oh.
Because I was trying to find the backup light in case I have to.
You're fine.
You know, you're fine.
We got it, Ryan. It ain't that bad. As long as this parking deck don't come down on us, we're all right.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, you talking major something to that. Like a whole bunch of water. All right, I'm looking at the radar.
All right, so we've got reports of 128 miles per hour. This is in Lake Charles. .128 mile per hour now recorded in Lake Charles.
Rocking, baby. Oh, I just got hit by some debris. That was a window.
I can face the truck towards the wind if I need to.
Yeah, we're probably getting accelerated wind right here.
Let me back up and I'll face it. You know me too?
If you back it up and face that way, we can probably cut our lights on. Unlock it. Yeah, time to get in the truck, wasn't it? Oh my goodness.
I wish I could see how much the truck was moving just then.
I could, because I got something hit the window and almost knocked it out in my face. Yeah.
I'm gonna turn sideways right there in the face.
There you go. Mr. Adair.
Man, that's rocking.
Yep, there you go.
Oh! Oh. Actually, but hold on to it a minute. Sorry. I don't believe that.
What?
Oh, here comes Charles. He's backing up now. I thought. Yep.
Weather Service just made it official at 1:18 a.m. We have wind gusts to 128 miles per hour with sustained winds of 85 miles per hour measured at the Lake Charles Regional Airport.
I tell you, it's coming now. I bet you Brad's losing it.
Yeah, he's probably taking that. Look at his truck rocking.
Dude, you should have seen y'all's. I got it on video.
Did you?
Yeah.
He turned right back up. Come on. We're pulling back up there.
Go down there beside Clement.
Sure?
Yeah.
I think we're about to be in the eye.
I know. Yep. Right beside him. There we go. No, too much. There we go. Perfect. There we go. wish we could drive out there to be able to see in it. All the weather underground stations went offline and all the weather flow stations went offline.
Parker is definitely jealous that he's not down here, he just said.
Box is getting hammered loose.
I wish I knew what that was making that kaboom over here. That sounded like a building was getting destroyed somewhere.
Is it starting to? Water level continues to fall at LCH.
Might get out and do a selfie when the backside of the eyewall comes on.
It's definitely coming down some. $50,000-foot tops on Houston radar over us. That stuff's mixing straight down too. Eyewall really just exploded, Matt just said.
Lord almighty.
That's a good gust.
That was a good gust. Or you just lost your parking spot there. Yep.
People trying to come out of the deck.
Yeah. I don't know why.
What'd you say? Vortex?
I did.
You must have let off the brake right there.
Yeah, I had the brake on just in case I need to,
Yeah.
you know. Woo, look at the eastern eyewall.
Oh, that's coming right up at us.
Yeah, it's about to get ugly. or uglier.
Holy shit, that's a gust coming right there, son.
Yeah, I see it on top of that building over there. Oh, there it is. Oh, tree debris.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Wow.
Dude.
His bottom light's about to go out.
Thanks.
Yep, it's blinking. He's not.
Owl really blew up. Just called the ASOS 112 knot gust.
Nice. You got ASOS to pick up?
Yeah.
I couldn't get it too early. That's what I was trying to call.
Boom. What was that?
A piece of a tree.
I heard a thud.
Close, Brett. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, Dave just asked me to go ahead and patch me through, please. Okay. I'm here, man. Yeah, man, just called the ASOS 112 knot gust just happened here at Lake Charles. That's confirmed. 144 was a report here. Waiting to get that confirmed. It's in the Weather Service chat. You might want to see that. Look at that.
Oh, big gust coming.
Wind shifted from 70 degrees to 90 here now too. The eastern.
Oh boy, we're getting rocked.
The eastern eye wall is blown up. Houston radar shows over 50,000 foot tops right here. Yeah, POE and LCH are down.
Oh, there goes another one.
Oh, we got pieces of the trees flying off, man.
There's pieces of trees flying by.
On the feed in front of us. Woo, we're rocking.
Whoa.
Oh, that was a vortex.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
We're rocking.
I see a telephone pole over there rocking pretty good. A wooden one. See it?
I'm right here at the parking deck entrance. Oh, yeah. No, you're good. On with Weather Nation, give me just a second.
Flash flood warning for our area.
Okay, bye. Move real quick.
Huh?
Move real quick so Charles can get out. Yes, I'm here, sorry. Yes.
I'll just pull up and let him come by me. Come on.
Excellent. Yep.
Why is he not coming?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm in Lake Charles. I don't think so yet. It may be 10, 15 minutes before we get in the eye.
Is he coming or not?
Oh, we need to stay right in this area.
Can we back up? I'm backed up. Don't want to roll over.
Yeah, David, we're experiencing winds well in excess of 100 miles an hour now. We are near the Golden Nugget Casino. We're right here at the entrance of the parking deck where we can get a good visualization of what's happening out here. We got some pine trees and see a lot of tree debris that has gone airborne. A lot of signs are starting to bend and break off. I mean, this is getting about as bad as it gets. We're in the northern and going to be in the northeastern eye wall here shortly. We're in the northern eye wall currently, but we have watched significant power flashes over the last 30 minutes, pretty much taking out all the power. Even the generator power around here looks substantially less than it did 15 minutes ago. So we're dealing with some really significant winds at the moment.
Wow.
No, I'm just north of I-10 currently, David. This area, we are, like I said, we're at I think it's the Lafourche Casino. The windows have blown out of several of the hotel rooms and landed in the parking lot. And we're also getting some reports that some of the skyscrapers here close by have lost windows and they're blown out. So again, this is getting real. This is getting game time. This is as bad as it gets. You should be sheltering in place. We're actually likely about to back up into this parking deck here because these winds are getting pretty serious and we want to put ourselves in a safer position.
Can we back up? Stay right here.
Brian, you're good. Brian, you're good. Come on back. Are you clear? First, good thing you get.
Wow. Like all that rock. Good right here?
Charles says we're good.
Okay. I was going to move to let him out. That's why I'm backing up. When they get back beside the limit.
Absolutely, Joe. Our truck is rocking back and forth pretty good. We do know for sure. We checked the ASOS here in the Lake Charles Airport area down near the radar, which the radar is out now. They sustained a 112 mile an hour gust, and I believe it was a 90 knot sustained wind. So we're definitely over that 100 mile per hour threshold. We're about 6 to 7 miles from the eye currently, so we are in the most intense part of this storm at the moment. That's correct. We are at the exit entrance of the parking deck right here. We wanted to be rather close. I just want to pass along some new information. Just got a new gust estimate, or not estimate, gust confirmation here at LCH, which is Lake Charles. Got 81 knots sustained with a 116 knot wind gust confirmed. Yes, David, that's correct. Right. So we're verifying that solid Category 4 range that we talked about. And keep in mind, guys, we are We're a little ways inland from the coastline now, so we're verifying Category 4 hurricane-type wind gusts this far inland, so this is a very serious situation currently.
Here for now? Okay. Just in a lifted vehicle, it feels funny, so it's rocking a good bit. We're in a high profile vehicle.
David, can you hear me?
We're about to get healthy.
Close, Brett.
Oh my!
What's up, my man?
Yeah, popping.
Mine are too.
Just about 135 mile an hour winds. That's all.
Give me a headache.
Oh, dude, I'm in Lake Charles getting blasted. I'm getting blasted. It's not up yet, man. That was on live stream, so that's going to be just a bit. Give me a few. When he gets set up, I'll get it out. Yep. Yep, sounds good, man. Yes, sir, will do. All right. Thanks, man. Bye.
My ears are popping.
My ears are popping really bad.
That's why.
Yeah. Like my head is literally hurting right
This
now.
is like we're going vertical in a fighter right now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Feels like we're doing a barrel roll in an airplane.
Oh, M fingers down here at the boats. Good God.
That's probably him right there. See, there's a set of headlights right there. See, Brett?
I don't know. M fingers way down there. Where the strip boats were.
Okay. Now.
All right, I'm about to cut some shorter videos going forward. It should be about to let up.
God, man, my ears are still popping.
Mine too.
Yeah, it's popping because the pressure's going.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this gradient is unreal. I mean, this is seriously like in an F-16 just going vertical.
Orion doing a power down?
I don't know. This is bad, dude.
Yeah. Oh, this is the first major cane this truck's been in, isn't it?
It was in Harvey, not with me though.
Well, with you though, because I know using Blackie and the window.
All right, our shot. Look at the water levels at Lake Charles. They're tanking down because we're in the northern. We got north wind, right?
They're gonna come back. That pole's about to go right in front of us.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Power pole.
Yeah, I see it. It's wiggling back, man.
The cranes are still open.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, I've seen one right there.
This is violent right here.
Wow, my ears. God.
Look at that stuff flying.
Wow.
Clement's front bumper is about to come off his car.
I believe it.
It is flapping.
Whoa, that was...
Yeah. That sounded awfully heavy. I'm gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it.
Haven't seen any power flashes here lately.
Well, we're creating vortexes because we're on this stupid bridge.
Oh, there went a vortex.
I've seen a bunch of it.
Oh.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
That's probably we're.
What you think, Fred?
Pole's about to go.
You're still popping.
How they got power over their back?
That's the boat.
That's the boat.
It's got its own power. Hey, Chris?
Yeah.
If you want to see something neat, turn your head and look at that that van rocking back.
Oh, I bet that van's about to fly away.
I wouldn't want to be that. I wouldn't want to be on a bridge up there right now.
No. Oh, big one coming.
Oh yeah.
We're right on the edge of it.
I know. Well, that eye that's stadium effect.
It's trying to move just west of Lake Charles. It's trying to hammer us with the east eye wall.
I'm sure everybody at home is getting a show.
Holy smokes.
Almighty.
This is bad.
Yeah. Oh, big one.
What's bad is the direction the wind's trying to turn.
Yes. Yeah. Debris, we're fixing to get hit by debris.
Oh, it's a piece of the pine tree.
Yeah,
isn't
come
it?
from that one over there.
We need to get out in this, but I'm worried.
I know.
Because of the pine tree down there. The longer the speeding takes place, because the storm's trying not to come over top of us. Oh man.
You know this place just got destroyed.
Do what?
You know this place is just getting wrecked.
Well, I know it is.
You okay, Chris?
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. My ears started popping. What'd you say?
I said I'm ready to get out.
The eastern eye wall's blowing up to the northeast now.
I know.
Up here, man.
And I just lost cell signal, I think.
I've still got full service.
I've still got three
you
bars.
got bars, but you ain't got internet.
Yeah, dude. On AT&T if you got.
Yeah, I'm on AT&T.
Shit. Verizon just went down. Verizon.
It's got to stop right now. It's got to.
We're 3 pixels from the eye.
Yeah, we're
less than a mile from the eye.
Oh, you're pumping again.
This is the worst part of the storm, though, because of that. Verizon just died, though.
There's an idiot right on both of mine and Brad's rear end, and if I try to back up any at all,
that's Charles.
No, that is a pickup truck.
Oh, well, he can hang out.
Over there.
I ain't worried about that, dude.
Me neither.
Screw him. goes the thing. Look.
It's about to hit Brandon's car.
I know that big thing just rolled all the way up from that gust off that
banner thing.
Yeah.
I just heard something else come apart somewhere. We're going into the eye now.
Or is it?
Stopping.
See?
Please, Lord, let it stop. Let it stop. We're going to have to hurry now. Y'all ready?
About to be.
It's 110 degrees, 78, gusted to 113. Uh-oh. And the airport is south of y'all, and it looks like it's in the eye on Houston's radar, but it ain't. It's in the inner eye wall.
Oh, God.
This ain't good. I'm trying to get what I can out before we lose signal. Have him coming.
Sir?
I already got your thingy there. I'm just working. Something hit the truck just then.
Yeah, I felt it in my seat. Keeping my eyes peeled for flying, whatever, in case if I need to duck.
Yeah, you're good.
I think this is the longest
85 knots, just gusted to 115.
And good morning to you. You're watching continuous live coverage on Dr. Don's weather page. Hurricane Laura, now well inland in southern Louisiana. The northern eye wall coming across Lake Charles, Louisiana. You're listening to Brett Adair and his crew live stream from Lake Charles. You've heard them talk about the gradient pressure and their ears popping, their headaches. That's because of the difference in pressure, as that eye wall is now about to move over them. The southern edge of the eye wall about to move back over Cameron, Louisiana. So the weather, which should have improved down there in Cameron, is about to get bad again. So now they have the back side of the eye wall to go through. The same thing will happen up here in Lake Charles. In just a few moments, things are going to get a lot better in Lake Charles. Hopefully good enough to where these guys can get out and drive around and show us what it looks like. But then they're going to have to come back for cover because they'll have the other side of the eye wall come over. And so they're only halfway through.
I can't fathom it.
It's just, I don't know.
I love it.
I mean, I love it too.
140 miles per hour sustained.
That's a gust, son.
Cameron, Louisiana.
It ain't gonna roll.
Wow.
It's perfectly fine. Just trust me. Brad's right here. He's blocking a lot of wind.
Thanks,
The
Chance.
wind's actually shifting more toward us.
Getting rocked more of that. Oh, what was that?
There's something hitting the side of that building.
Piece of tin. Sound like a gunshot.
Now we're in the inner eye.
Oh yeah, you are with that one. That's the strongest gust you've had.
Yeah. Oh my God.
There's a piece of debris.
Oh, something just hit the
There's
truck.
no way to describe this.
It's all right.
Oh No, I'm good.
Oh, I know.
I mean, this place is getting trashed.
The hotels downtown are apparently being destroyed.
Hey, whoa, what is that?
Where?
Look over there under the power lines to the left. Is that a tree about to go down or what?
Probably. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Oh, there's probably a lot of trees that's already down. Oh, I don't know what that was that hit the window, but that was a piece of a tree.
There went a vortex. It went spurling over the trees and down over there where the ship is.
There's only half a foot water level at LCH. The dish on the SAT truck's trying to come off. Oh, the front of our hotel's wrecked. Yeah, several windows gone.
I would not want to be in that top heavy van right there. I don't know, I could probably go to sleep if I was in there right about now.
All right, I'm looking. Everybody listening to the stream, we're gonna go out as soon as we can, as soon as the winds die down just a little bit. The problem is there's trees, and I don't want a tree to land on the vehicle. Brad's altimeter pressure's got 960.3 here on the phone.
I think I'm gonna see what mine is.
Inner wall altimeter. What's the app?
993. What is his?
His is 960.
Okay.
HPA. We try to get on some Wi-Fi over here. Two huge power. Yep.
Whoa! Something just went flying over there.
We have lost the Lake Charles radar, so we're watching this off of the Houston radar.
Yeah.
Wayne, where did that crane?
It's Charles.
Oh, the crane's turned over.
Huh?
Top of the crane's broke.
It is.
The top of the crane broke.
It's hanging on the other part of the crane.
That huge crane is broke.
It's broke.
Yeah, it's hanging down on the other part of the crane.
I got it.
Wow.
Guys, this is the most intense thing I've ever experienced in my life, and there's no way to describe it. I mean, this video does it no justice. This place is absolutely getting obliterated. Obliterated.
What's the crane?
Huh?
What is it? Where's that crane at?
It's at a hang on, bring it up. It's at a shipyard beside us. It's Federal Marine Terminals.
I just submitted a report on that.
What's that? That crane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to put the 400 mil on and get a good look.
Yeah, that's why you don't see the light on.
Oh, dude, it's at the campground.
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
These guys are near the Golden Nugget Casino, 3 miles south of Westlake, Louisiana. That's where this video is coming from.
Oh, dude, look at that. Water level's down another. It's down 50%. 80 knots, gusted to 113, 957.
something that you can't see with that camera.
What is it?
Brett, look at it. One's ripped back, one's bent over.
Yeah. That's probably what we heard.
Whoa! That whole building's about to go. That whole building's about to go right there. Look at the top of it.
In the front of us. I got it. I got it. Roof's coming off. Yep. I got it. Guys, we're live. I don't know how we are, but we're still live for the moment. That's a tree, man. That's a tree. Oh no! It's lifting up the center.
Yeah, you see the whole building moving?
The whole building's lifting up. Right there where the poles are. And look at the line of the building. See it? Wait. See it?
Pressurized.
So you talking about the center is
The center is going up and down where them 3 poles are. See?
Oh, I see it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at the roof. It's rising and lowering.
If it goes, it's coming right our way. There's going to be some really bad damage.
You can see the top of that roof just pulsate up and down. Look just below the 2 lights where you see those power poles, and watch that roof line. It's just going up and down.
All it needs is that one fail point.
Yeah.
Their signal's breaking up bad too. I'm awfully afraid we're going to lose them. Yeah. We're back.
Golly,
We're not getting
Oh, look at the roof. Look at the roof. Watch the roof.
well, that's what's going to be so destructive. Hello. Yeah, patch me through to Dave quick, please. What's the name of that place?
Microfiber.
Hang on. Yes, can you hear me?
It's Federal Marine Terminals.
Yes, put me through to David quick, please. Yep. All right, perfect.
Yeah, we had a flash of electricity back there too.
Federal.
Where the crane is. Sir? Yeah, where the crane is Federal Marine Terminals.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me at this point? Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Wow, that's a spectacular shot right there. You can see the crane that's collapsed in the background. That roof on the lower part of the screen there keeps
Watch this.
lifting and setting back down.
I'm just going to authenticate the Giro.
Reports of structural damage to Capital One Tower in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Numerous trees and power lines down in Orange, Texas. Watch that roof line, it's still pulsating. You see it moving.
Test. Can you guys hear me in studio?
Here's a report from Lake Charles, Calcasieu County in Louisiana. Amateur radio report at 1:37 a.m. 137 mile per hour peak wind gusts and sustained winds of 102 miles per hour. That was at 1:37 p.m. Less than an hour ago.
Yeah. Hello? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Golly. Jesus, people. Yeah, I know. I'm getting irritated as hell because people won't stop calling. I know it's Logan, but I can't deal with it. Water level's down to negative 0.2 feet.
Wow.
It's sucking water out.
Hey, Brad, that camera we put over in that neighborhood, over here on the road.
Test. Test.
There it goes. Here it goes.
There it goes.
Copy.
Marine terminals, where the crane is.
Folks, one thing you might want to understand when they're talking about sustained winds, or when the National Hurricane Center is saying that the hurricane's at 150 mile per hour sustained, that's not on the ground necessarily.
Yes, I'm here.
That is above ground, and then when these thunderstorms grow to 50,000 feet, which this storm that's coming over Lake Charles is, it can mix that wind in the upper levels of the atmosphere down to the ground. That's when you get those 120, 130 mile per hour wind gusts. And that
David,
crane that you're
lost
looking
you
at,
or
you know, 150 to 200 feet in
not
the
working
air.
anymore.
So the wind is a lot higher up there. And you see pieces of that building in front of you right
Yeah,
there
David, can you hear me?
beginning to come off as well. But things should start calming down here relatively soon as they're about to be inside the eye of the hurricane. And our plan is to stay with it until that happens. And then we are probably going to call it a night because you can't see that much anyway. I want to wait and see if they try to drive around a little bit when the eye comes over before we bust out of here. Yeah, we've been going for 7 hours and 16 minutes to be exact.
What's the number I can get them to call me?
205-260-6010.
You can see the soffits around the edge of that metal building coming off. And just a few moments ago, the roof was actually lifting. So far, it hasn't completely come off.
No, I'll just do it straight through the phone.
But that crane you see off there in the distance has collapsed. It has failed.
Do not serve, it's off.
All right.
Here you go. Yeah. Sounds like the Tuscaloosa tornado.
You want to know why?
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 He was referencing the Tuscaloosa tornado for something. Didn't quite hear all of it.
Well, it sure sounds like it.
No, that's a
Are
generator.
the
I think it's a generator. They can't fly over land like.
Never mind, that's all it is.
Yeah, that's a generator, right?
That's what I was thinking too. It had to be something.
Here's a note from the National Weather Service. Cabana collapsed at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino. Not really sure what the Cabana is.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Chris.
I know we got a good shot going right here, but if you could take the truck and get a little bit closer to this wall over here, I can get this whole building in this shot right here on the gripper mill.
Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1
Yeah,
second.
he's fixing to go live.
Well, I was just wanting to.
Folks, if you just joined us, be sure and tell us where you're watching from so we'll know that you're in the room. If you have any comments, questions, don't be bashful. We'd like to hear from you. We'd like to see your comments. This is Dr. Don's weather page. We are coming up on 2:19 a.m. Central, 3:19 a.m. Eastern. Live weather coverage of Hurricane Laura. Now officially on land. Lake Charles, Louisiana. Now inside the eye wall. There's Joy Morris from Birmingham, Alabama. I have kinfolk in Birmingham. Actually, I'm originally from Prattville, Alabama, which is right down the road from Birmingham. So, Joy, you know where that's at, just north of Montgomery. Daryl's still watching us in Roanoke. New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Linda Lewis. Thanks for watching us, Linda. Joy says that she was in the Tuscaloosa tornado. Bless you. That was a horrible day. And we just lost Brett Adair's feed. And it stayed with us a lot longer than I thought it would. Oh, it's back. Wait a minute now. This is buffered video. Let's see if it continues live. It may freeze again. Yeah. All right, so we've lost Brett. Maybe that will come back in just a few moments. Let's see. Let's go to Westlake, Louisiana. Well, this is Brandon. He must be in the same location because that's the same shot. So we'll keep it right there on Brandon for a few minutes. The Brett Adair crew is a whole lot more entertaining to listen to. There's just no telling what's going to come out of their mouth. There's Rudy in Temple, Texas. Nice to have you with us, Rudy. Had a niece that was going to school at the University of Alabama when the Tuscaloosa tornado hit. So I lived in East Alabama at that time. They're familiar with the tornado in Tuscaloosa. I don't know for sure, but that crane in the background, well, it's just really hard to tell what kind of crane we're looking at. That may be a container hoist. Looks like that one side of it has failed and collapsed. Just not sure. It's hard to tell in the dark. Things have calmed down a good bit, and because they're in the eye now of the hurricane, and when the backside comes back over, things will pick up again. Should not be quite as strong as what they went through going in, though. Just looking at the radar, the backside of it doesn't look quite as bad as the front. And I'm gonna take our Southern Union State Community College live Doppler with a radar for a few minutes, and we'll just leave Brandon's audio up there in the background, or maybe we won't. Let's take that down because you may be getting an echo. So here's the latest radar. This is looking at it from Houston, Texas. We lost Lake Charles radar about an hour ago. So we had to switch over to Houston.
We're in the inner eye wall right now. We're good.
Yeah. We got to get out in the parking lot to see it, though.
The parking deck's damaged. The hotel's significantly damaged.
Is it? How bad's the parking deck?
Shit, little parts, metal and stuff.
Huh?
In the parking lot, Logan said.
This is Brad Arnold's video from Lake Charles. Again, from the same parking deck. They are in the eye wall, so things have calmed down considerably. Just waiting to see if maybe they're going to try to venture out and grab some video. Probably not the smart thing to do, but I think they're discussing that possibility.
Brett!
All right, we're going to check around and see what else is going on. This is over in Orange, Texas. This is Bob Pack, streaming live from Orange, Texas. A lot of wind and rain showing up on this camera too. Yeah, orange is in that wall. Orange is in the eye wall. I know it's hard to see, but I'm circling it with my mouse pointer there, the upper left-hand corner. Let's take the radar feed just for a second. That is Orange, Texas, right there. And you see they're still in that eye wall. Now that's bad, but the worst part of the eye wall is up there north of Lake Charles now. DeQuincy, Deweyville, all of these areas, weather conditions going downhill quick. And it looks like Maryville, Louisiana, heads up. All this is coming directly at you. Newton.
Nick's driving to this stuff.
Do what?
Nick's driving to this stuff.
But you can see down here at the bottom of the screen, Cameron is now entering the south eye wall. So another hour and a half of the worst weather to go now for Cameron, Louisiana, which from all indications we can get, there is significant damage there in Cameron, significant flooding. We expected this, and it appears that's what's happened. Obviously, it'll be some time after. Whoa. Wow, did you see that? Okay. No, you didn't because you're not watching it. Let me go back to the.
I can't see behind me what I got.
Live camera.
I'm on her right there, yep. It's a round circle thing.
They just had a piece of metal fly right in front of that.
Sign from who?
Or was it a sign?
I don't
yeah.
know. It looked like somebody's sign from one of the businesses up there. I can't see squat.
We're good on this side over here.
Again, this is out of Orange, Texas, the video that we're watching now. We have lost Brett Adair. We're going to go back over there in just a second and check and see if he's back up.
sit sideways?
Yeah.
I don't want to face a wall. Parts of Sonic are blown off, it looks like. Or whatever that is over there. That's not Sonic.
I think.
What that is.
I think.
Lights.
I hate to shine my lights right up into the ground.
Why don't you point them that way?
I'm trying to point
Yep.
this way.
It looks like Brett's trying to get his feed back up, but
There's debris flying around the corners over here. Light poles look okay. That's Sonic, yeah.
he's
It's
having
back there,
trouble
back
getting it
there.
back
Might let
up.
something fly off of there. I'll just start awning.
Yeah.
Back up a little bit. Yeah. I can't see anything. Brett. This is back in Lake Charles.
This is a live shot from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Amateur ham radio operators are advising that at 1:37 a.m. in Lake Charles, it recorded a 2-minute sustained wind of 102 miles per hour with a peak gust of 137 miles per hour. That was before the wind instrument failed. Wow. But the video shot that you're looking at right now is not Brett Adair. That is Brad Arnold's shot. Same location as where Brett's at. Let's go see if Brett, by chance,
driven up into this
there he
area.
goes.
However, again, it still could be a problem. We're going to be here to monitor the situation, and we still have huge issues with wind. We know there's significant damage around. I've already seen some video and pictures here locally in the local Lake Charles area proper. So we're going to be trying to see if we can't get a break in this so we can check out some of that and get you guys some more information safely. But right now, it is still rocking and rolling out here pretty heavily, Joe. There it is. You still there, Dave?
What was that? I heard something get destroyed.
Right. Right. There are actually some barges there. You want me to stay on, David? All right, I'm actually going to try to drive safely off of this incline here and see what the front of this hotel looks like. Does that sound okay to you?
Good. You want to go?
Yeah, Yep, we're going to try to drive down. The winds have actually started to subside a little bit, so I feel a little safer about going down here and seeing what we got. Well, we may not be able to get out of here.
Hang on. Yeah, we can get by.
Yeah, we can get by.
We got a really big tree. Uh-oh.
Sure.
Well, we'll back up a little bit for a minute, Dave. There's a tree down in the highway, and we took a pretty bad gust there, and I took some debris to the window. I just don't want to, I don't want to get in a bad spot.
That's the most common it's been since.
Copy that. Hey, by the way, I've got pictures. The Chase building has lost most of its windows downtown, confirmed.
What you thinking? wanted to retire D4. Whoa! What is that over there? There's something glowing over here.
Oh my God, yeah. Hold on, back up. That is
I
big.
can't back up.
That's the refinery. That's the refinery.
Charles is there.
That thing's about to blow up. That's serious. That's no joke. That thing is about to go boom.
We can't see it.
I think that's actually the light that's over there, but it's certainly looking like it's got a glow. That's not a refinery.
See if I got it on this camera just to make sure it was there before.
I don't remember seeing an orange glow over there.
Neither do I.
That's not a consistent light, Brett.
Brett, that was not there.
Well, we need to back up and look at it or get out. Where the hell is it at? Oh, it's still there.
Look at it. Oh, dude, that's a fire. That's a fuel-fed fire.
I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get out. And look
Yeah,
at
hop
it.
out. Look at it.
I'm going with you.
I think it is a fire.
It is.
I think we can. We'll be right back.
I see it.
What is it? What is it?
They're firing it back up, and they don't have constant pressure on the system, so that thing's purging.
Should we go around here? Logan's out here.
Logan's out front?
Yeah.
How'd he get out?
He's been out. He never left the park.
Oh my God.
He never came to it. Hold on. Let me see and make sure, because that's where he's at.
The wind has definitely
Died down a lot. Hey. Go ahead. Hey. There's trees there too.
Yep.
I see that. There's trees.
Well, and we've lost Brett's feed again. Well, maybe not. I lost it on my end. Yeah, there we go. It just went out. All right, so let's go. All right, we got some movement here. That's the trailer that blew over earlier. All right, folks, if you're watching us this morning, comment and tell us where you're watching from so we know that you're in the room. We've got some movement here. This is a live shot coming from Brandon Clement, who is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And you can see a lot of snapped off trees. Amazingly enough, the roadway is clear where he's at right now. Yeah, I may have spoke too soon. Looks like he's got a big tree across the road right there in front of him. Dallas, Texas in the house. Thank you, Mark. He's going to try to go around this tree. Eros, Louisiana. I hope I'm saying that right. James, great to have you in there. Queens, New York. Hello, Laura Weisner. Queens, New York. Good to have you. Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. Karen Welch. Good morning, Karen. Thanks for joining us. Bush, Louisiana in the house. Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to get around that one. We've lost his audio, too. Mark, you're asking about Orange, Texas. I'll take you over there in just a few moments. Orange, let me look at the radar. Lake Charles, Cameron, Louisiana, and Lake Charles are going to be the two heaviest hit areas that we know of so far. Some rough weather in Orange, no doubt, but you can see right there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, I'm kind of circling. I know it's hard to see, but I'm kind of circling around Orange. Orange up there on I-10, just east of Beaumont and west of Lake Charles. You certainly got the eye wall, no question, so I know there will be damage, but I haven't heard of major damage over there. Right now we're looking at Lake Charles, Louisiana, as Brandon Clement drives around to kind of give us an idea of what it looks like. He's already had to go around several trees. They're in the eye wall right now. The back side of this thing will be coming back over them in the next hour or so. Looks like he is at maybe one of the casinos. We're just going to watch this together. He apparently turned his audio off. There was reports of damage, pretty heavy damage at one of the casinos in Lake Charles. Also, the Chase building downtown Lake Charles has lost all of its windows. Capital One building has lost all of its windows. Apparently some pretty heavy structure damage in downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana. Unfortunately, all this is happening in the cover of night, so I can only imagine the damage is going to be widespread in the Lake Charles and Cameron, Louisiana area. And there most likely is massive flooding taking place as well, especially the further south you go down around Cameron. But unfortunately, it's probably going to be daylight before we see any of that. Here's our plans. We've been going now for 7 hours and 51 minutes. We're going to take this up. I'm going to stay with this for a minute so we can at least see, get some kind of general idea of the damage that we're looking at. But I'm going to be wrapping my coverage up here in the next 30 or 40 minutes or so. So I can at least grab a couple of hours sleep and then get back at it. But you can see there, so far, nothing catastrophic, a lot of trees. Look at that street sign blown over. That's pretty significant. Well, it's a good indication of significant wind. The sign itself is not that significant. Cedar Park, Texas. Let's see where Cedar Park's at. Hey Siri, show me Cedar Park, Texas.
So I'm sitting here driving next to the wood and looking at the trees. It looks like tornado damage. It's not. It's from a hurricane, but it looks like tornado damage.
No, this is nowhere near Cedar Park. Cedar Park's north of Austin. No problems over there at all. We've got the audio back.
I'm not going to have much time here, but I'm trying.
So, Laura, that's the answer to your question is no. Cedar Park should be fine. That's north of Austin.
Right now. Shrimp boats are rocking, but the water is inside the banks there.
You start to see street signs laying on the ground. You've had some serious wind. And I've seen several. So far, though, I've not seen any structural damage. And the roadway is amazingly clear. You may have a low power line there across the road. Maybe a phone line, it looks like. I don't think that's a power line.
Alright, wind is shifting around. We're all sure. Man, I can tell you this, it's destroyed what I'm seeing outside of each one of my windows. Lots of tree damage. Some roofs ripped off the homes. But I don't have time to hang out.
So he has seen some roofs
come back in.
ripped off of some homes. We have not seen that on the camera just yet, but he is reporting he has seen some of that. Good morning, Pennsylvania. Nice to have you with us. Lafayette should be in good shape.
This is during the day. At first light, I'll be out shooting all this, and I've got a helicopter coming to pick me up and shoot damage, and then I'm also going to have the drone footage. And now we're going to get the backside of the eye in just a second here. winds are starting to shift around a little bit.
China, Texas is doing pretty good. Beaumont over to Orange, maybe some damage there, but that's in extreme eastern Texas. Most of the state of Texas is in good shape tonight. Nikki was asking about Lafayette, Louisiana. One of our viewers this morning posted wind gust of 46 miles per hour, so that's not bad at all, considering some of the other wind gusts around Lake Charles, which was approaching 130 miles per hour with the northern eye wall. Now the southern eye wall is about to move in on Lake Charles, and things will go downhill again.
I see curtains blowing out the Golden Nugget Casino.
Golden Nugget Casino is where that is.
Go do that.
That are familiar. And he says he sees curtains blowing out of the windows, so that means good.
Need to, but
windows,
I don't know how long it's gonna last before the wind shift out all the way.
Some of the windows are blown out.
Hold on. Yes, sir. Media?
Being questioned by local security or probably police department.
Alright. He won't let me through a gold nugget. Won't let me through a gold nugget, but they got, I'm seeing curtains and stuff blowing out the windows. Did you? Pick up. How do I get back over there? Okay. Alright.
Yeah, Mark, I can't answer that question for you. Best idea, certainly not tonight. Probably mid-morning
Are you still not
tomorrow.
on there? I'll call and check on you.
If I were you, I would contact my local emergency management agency in Orange, Texas,
On the stream.
and follow their advice on when you can go back. I'm assuming you evacuated from there. Check your local officials. They'll let you know when it's safe to come back. Emergency management would be your best bet.
Hello?
You alright?
Oh yeah, we're good. The infrasound sensor survived too. How are you guys?
Awesome, doing good. No, I just had a bunch of people on my stream wondering where you went, wondering if you were okay, so I was just calling, checking on you.
Oh yeah, I abandoned the vehicle and I got in the her.
Awesome. Oh, you're in the her?
Yeah,
Cool,
yeah,
cool,
her.
cool.
I'm about to reposition the vehicle though, so yeah,
Good.
we're all good.
Good deal. Well, I'll call you on the backside.
All right, good luck.
All right, same to you.
All right, peace.
I'm gonna check and see if Brett is back up right quick.
There is an Isuzu box truck that is flipped over. Was flipped over in the high winds. Tons of trees down. Pretty much all the signage has been over. Wow, we're actually seeing some lightning in the eye here. I guess in the eye wall. Yes.
Right, there's a big Benzo vortice about to hit us.
What? Yes, Dave. We got quite a bit of damage in this area. A lot of trees down. We saw a box truck that was flipped over in the parking lot here. You know, quite a bit of damage. We're getting out, trying to assess what we can see so far. We never went dead calm. The eye is rather ragged. So it looks like now we're just we're in a little state of clearing at the moment. But we will most definitely be having to have the back side of the storm coming in our direction soon. So we're not going to venture too far away. We're just checking out the grounds here, but tons of trees down. Power's out pretty much everywhere other than the few generators that are running. And again, a couple of vehicles actually were rolled.
So a flash flood warning has just been issued for Orange, Texas. Several folks asking about Orange. So I just noticed in the National Weather Service chat room, a flash flood warning has been issued for Newton, Orange, Texas, and Cameron, Jefferson Davis, and Vermilion. That's in effect until 5:15 a.m.
Actually, we've got some debris here in the parking lot. Can't really verify where that came from. Some of the big signage blown over, so we do know that a lot of the windows were blown out here, and some of the lighting on some of these resorts were blown out as well, but we have not been able to venture very further to the south, down into Lake Charles, down by the radar site where we may have seen more substantial damage. We've seen some pictures down there of some of the buildings that have taken quite the hit. So we're going to wait a bit, see what the next side of the storm does, and likely going to head down to the south and get a better assessment of just how strong this was. The winds were very, very strong. Definitely hurricane force winds here, and the ASOS site confirmed that for us. But I expected the damage to be a little bit more extreme, but again, a lot of uprooted trees versus the snappage of trees. So, but still, a lot of those are still standing as well. So, not quite as extreme here.
So Freestyle's asking the question, whatever happened to the camper RV? We saw him drive by it just a few moments ago. It's still on its side in the parking lot. It did blow a little ways across the parking lot, but it did roll over, in case you didn't catch it, Freestyle. It is on its side.
Uh-oh. We lost the left light.
Wow, they're venting a lot of gas over there. They got all four going now.
Yeah, David, I mean, again, this is just a very minor scope of what we can see in terms of town at the moment. We did see some of the red lights down here at the intersection that were broken and tossed around and actually folded all the way around. So we've seen, like I said, more of the larger trees were uprooted. Some of your skinnier pines, we've seen quite a bit of snappage there, but we're going to see what we can find while we've got a little bit of time here in the eye before things turn downhill again, and then we have to retreat back to our safe spot.
Dude, look at them clouds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's coming.
Let me see if we can get that on video with the iPhone.
Guys, listen to me. The eye's not being sampled correctly. It's tilted. We got time because you noticed it showed we were in a clear eye for freaking forever, and we were not. We're fine right now. We've got time. You're not going to get as strong of winds on the south flank as you did the northern side either.
That's correct.
What I would like to do is I would like to go back out and at least ride down one or two of the roads, maybe go straight, just take a look, and then we can turn back. We have a little bit of time on our hands. But other than that, let me see if I can get Brandon to follow us. Hold up. Water gauge is spiking. You all right?
Yeah, my right knee is hurting.
What's wrong with it?
I'm in these damn waders.
Oh. Let's see if he wants to take off.
Who's that coming there?
That might be him.
No. Wrong style.
That is Orange, Texas.
Yeah, you want to try it? Is that you?
Right there in the center of the screen on the radar shot.
That's
some pretty heavy feeder bands did move
at?
through there. That was the eye wall.
Yeah.
So there probably is some damage in Orange, Texas.
Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? God, is that him over there?
I think we got it.
Huh?
I don't think we got much.
Let me look at the radar.
Stay in fact, look. Right here. Get out, real quick, y'all. Got it.
Well, I mean, I know we're inside the eye.
It's broken on the south side.
Yep. Brad's about to mess up.
Sir?
Brad's about to mess up.
Where's he going?
Hell if I know. Yeah, we don't have much time.
Sir?
We don't have a ton of time. Hell, the backside's coming over Cameron now, though. The backside's already at Cameron. It'll be over in a couple hours down there.
You'll be able to fly at sunrise.
Hey, I don't know about that.
3 o'clock.